Oh, okay. Dun, dun, dun. Oh. Jabra, where'd you go? There you are. All right, everybody, here we go. Who's ready for the finale? Definitely everybody's going away to go. Mia. Oops. Okay, I can delete all those. Okay. Oh, I got so many tabs up because every time I do a show, I have like 50 tabs up to do one show. So we're going to talk about the show. We're going to talk about Gypsy Rose's finale watch. And boy, Miss Christie, we're just like everybody else, guys. No, you're not. Okay, that's why you have a show, first of all. Because you're not like everybody else, okay? First of all. That's why you have a show. And second of all, Christy, and even Ancient Sam finally said it, and we're going to go over what they said, what I've been saying for a while. You should have been a better mom to Gypsy. When Gypsy moved in with you, you should have been like you're on probation. You act like a 16-year-old. You're in our home now. See, my mom, any other mom would have done that. The second I move in my mom's house, there's rules to follow, Gypsy. Every adult has rules to follow. For the home you're living in, definitely when you're on probation, I don't even want to hear you cry about how hard parole is, by the way. I watched her video where she cried how hard parole is. Okay, I've been on probation 3 times now in my life. And I can tell you, you got it extremely easy. As much traveling and everything you get to do is insanity. That parole officer, that counselor, everybody is not doing what they're supposed to be doing. He should have never let you spend one night at Ken's apartment. There should have been a curfew, like a 9 o'clock curfew on Ken. Rod, you didn't. It's like, should we talk about this now or wait till it comes up in the show? Because it's like, oh yeah, we're going to turn off the. Hopefully there's. They're like, Gypsy, go ahead. Throw a fit. Cry it out. Do it. You go, girl. You cry it out. It's okay. You just did a smash and grab on your own husband. Well, kind of. I mean, a smash and grab in a way. I mean, that's what it felt like. You were doing a smash and grab and robbing your own husband. And now you're crying? Nobody's going to feel sorry for you because what happens when Ryan gets home? There's no camera crew there to show what happens when Ryan gets home. They should have been like, Gypsy, you got a curfew. Ken, you're out at 9 o'clock. No being alone in that bedroom, Gypsy. That door is closed during the day. They should have, if Rod did not want Gypsy to get pregnant, they should have threw down some heavy, heavy rules. They know this girl is impulsive. They know this girl wants a baby. They know this girl is going to do whatever she wants. Now the thing is though, everybody's, look at her right there. Well, she might be pregnant at this point. But everybody says, look at her body, Rose. She might be pregnant. Look at her body. However, I want to look at this interview right here. This is fresh out of prison interview right here. Fresh out of prison.
Do you miss?
Look at her body there. That looks like her current body now. This is her fresh out of prison. She got out of prison. She got with Ryan. She started losing a little weight. She started wearing workout clothes every day. She started taking Pixie for a walk and stuff. She started straightening up and she lost some weight. She did. She lost some weight. She started losing weight around her belly, and her boobs did go smaller and a little flatter. She's also wearing a bra here, but everybody's like, well, Rose, her boobs are, and it's like, well, this is fresh. This is like a week out of prison. Look at her ankles. Look at her body. This is the belly she looks like she has now that she's rubbing, because also she did a Gypsy just did a live with Ryan, or not Ryan, Ken, right here, this one, where she showed off her baby bump. Well, while she's sitting here, does this look like a baby bump, or does this look like... It's so hard, like... Ryan says at the end that ever since Gypsy left him, she was sending pregnancy tests. And then when she gets pregnant for real with Ken's baby, she just says, I'm pregnant, doesn't send the baby test proof. Did anybody else catch that? Or was that just me that caught that? But to me, hey, yo, Christine, Tara, how you guys doing? I don't remember obsessing over a baby bump. All I know is that it looked like I had a basketball in my stomach at 9 months. Well, Gypsy here, somebody asked her to show off her belly, and she really quickly goes, okay, here, and then she sits back down. Like, she's afraid to show off this baby bump. She's really afraid to, because there's only 2 reasons she'd be afraid to show off this baby bump. And it's either A, because she's not pregnant, or B, because it's Ryan's, and everybody will be able to tell. Okay, so she's 13 weeks, which is almost 14 weeks, which is 4 months along. And anything 5 months and under is under the belly button. 20 weeks and under is under the belly button. Once you're over 20 weeks, it goes over the belly button. BRB, I keep losing my fingernails. Okay, gosh darn it. All I have to do is barely bump my nail and it's like, bah, jumps off my finger. But like, she's so afraid to show off this baby bump. She just won't happily show it off. I've never met a mom. I've met moms who won't let you touch their belly. That's a different thing. But usually, especially first-time moms, are very happy to chart their baby bump growth. They do baby bump growth pictures. They're like, this is month 3. I might be starting to show. And this is month 4. You can see the little cone coming up. To look for it. Here, let me see where she shows off her baby bump in this video. Somebody says, show us your baby bump. And she says, okay. Ken's gone for a second, so maybe it's before this. Ken's gone for a second. Somebody says, show us your baby bump. And she's like, okay. But she very quickly just is like, here you go, here you go. And then she turns back around. She's like, 2 seconds of baby bump. You get 2 seconds. And so it's like, yeah, you have to pause it to look and see where the bump is to guess what's going on. Because I didn't pause it. But I thought maybe I'll pause it on live. But she quickly is like, okay, here's the bump. I'm 14 weeks today, due date Jan. Yeah, isn't yours close to that? Yeah, they're both due together. Maybe it's right over here, because Ken, oh. See, and this is the odd thing. It's almost like they did this video to prove to us that she's pregnant, because the first thing she does in the video here is she's like, let me gulp my orange juice in front of you guys. I told you I was craving orange juice. Now I gotta gulp it in front of you real quick. Just to prove I'm pregnant. Like, she's like, I gotta prove this pregnancy, so we gotta... I'm wondering if Ken is dumping the orange juice in the background, because when she picks up the orange juice, this is what? Okay, an hour video. I've drank orange juice with ice before. So she's got her big glass of orange juice and ice. And at the beginning of the video, it is a big glass. See, it's a big glass. It's got ice up there. A lot of orange juice. Not very long into the video, the ice is gone. And it's only half full. And I didn't see her drink that much orange juice. I feel like Ken's dumping it in the background. Because she's going to pick up that orange juice in a minute. All that ice is going to be gone. And you can hear Ken fooling in the sink in the background too. So I was like, did he dump half that orange juice out because she didn't really want it? Probably his insurance. Okay, this is what is... Maybe we need to talk to Karina, because Karina is good friends with Ryan right now. Ryan considers Karina a friend. Well, she's gifted on the baby, so I put pass her. So, because yeah, she's doing too much crazy stuff in the beginning of this pregnancy. The bump is the number one thing she should be happy to show off. Well, now see, look at this. We're 30 minutes into the video and she's got water. The orange juice is gone? I didn't see her drink orange juice for 30 minutes. This video must be like clipped or something. Or I don't know. Like all of a sudden the orange juice is gone 28 minutes in. And she's got water. What happened to the orange juice, Gypsy? Thought you were drinking orange juice. It's like, where'd the orange juice go? Okay, where is it that she shows off this baby bump? Trying to see if I can find it. I'm slowly going through the video. Because here's what needs to happen. First of all, in the last episode, you see the phone call she does with Ryan. You're not going to get me on adultery, are you? I'm going to be with Ken in 6 to 9 months. It's like, no, you mean 6 to 9 minutes. He's driving there. He's on his way. They're going to hang up, and you're going to be with him in 6 to 9 minutes. Not months, Gypsy. Minutes. She totally lies to Ryan about, I haven't committed adultery. Don't get me on adultery. Gypsy's so stupid. She didn't want to be gotten on adultery. Why is she flaunting a pregnancy when she's in the middle, before day one of court? She hasn't even gone to court yet. She hasn't even seen day one of court. What is she going to tell the judge? I didn't commit adultery. Is this a magic baby? Ken just magicked it into her body. You can tell Ken is getting tired of these. Ken is like, I don't want to do these anymore. Ken's like, do I have to get on here again? Okay, where's that baby bump, Gypsy? Show that baby bump. But see, somebody needs to get to Ryan. It's cool that we get to see Ryan's mom in the last episode for once. It's just the law, Ryan's insurance. Oh, yeah. It's stupid. Because, yeah, everything's on Ryan's dime. Somebody needs to tell Ryan, do not let Gypsy influence you. Do not think too quickly on everything. Take your time. Because Gypsy told us, well, I'm being really nice to... Okay, I pulled up that video. Okay, we can watch that video. This is where Gypsy is saying... Let's see, didn't I pull up that video? Maybe I didn't find it. Gypsy is saying... Because Gypsy talks about the law. About Ryan... If he's nice, we'll sign the paperwork and let her and Ken have the baby. And she starts talking about, well, I'm being nice to Ryan so he'll sign the paperwork. I'm trying to be gentle with Ryan. I'm trying. So basically she's telling you right there, I'm being really, really, really nice to Ryan because I'd screw him over harder right now. Except for I need him to sign this paperwork so me and Ken can quietly go have our baby. He does. He needs to get her for adultery. He needs to slam her with everything he can. And don't sign that paperwork on the baby. Don't do it. Just don't. Because, one, the baby's possibly yours, and two... Even if it's Ken's, Ken is so childish. Gypsy is so childish. And they show it at the end of this show. Ken's like, well, how rough can this get? Well, then we'll deal with it, I guess. Because they're both rolling on the ground on the dirt and the picnic cloth and everything. And they're sitting there going, life can't get harder than this. No, it can't. This is what life is all about, not being locked up in an apartment. It's about rolling on the ground together and having some fun and getting tattoos and, like, doing whatever we want. Gypsy, you're about to have a baby. Rod knows he's going to raise that baby. He sat down and talked to him and said, you guys, don't have a baby. Gypsy wants a baby. And Gypsy acts all embarrassed like, what? Dad? How did you know? Dad, you're outing me. Dad! I love her embarrassment and shock when Rod outs her. She's like, what? Dad? You outed me? She is. She's gaslighting the hell out of Ryan so he signs that paperwork. That's why I'm like, maybe Karina can talk some sense into him because Ryan actually considers Karina a friend. And we need to be like, Karina, can you talk some sense into Ryan? He considers you a friend. But do it in a way where he doesn't stop considering you a friend. Because somebody needs to be Ryan's real, true friend. And say, don't let Gypsy gaslight you. Because if she really is pregnant... Ryan can't let this baby go. It's like, I'm sorry, Ryan, but you're tied into this now. See, Rod and Christy should have gave Gypsy like a 9, 10 o'clock curfew and kicked Ken out of the house at 9, 10 o'clock and said, there is no Ken being alone in your bedroom with you. You're either out and about in the yard in the house. They should have tried to stop But nobody tries to stop Gypsy. Everybody knows what Gypsy's after. Everybody knows she's impulsive. Everybody knows she's stupid. But nobody tries to stop her. Because they're afraid to. Because they'll get called Dee Dee if they try. And it's stupid that everybody's like, well, we can't tell Gypsy what to do. We can't put restrictions on her. We just have to let her be this impulsive 16-year-old because nobody wants to be called Dee Dee. And yes, Christy also gaslights the hell out of Rod by going, Rod, she didn't want to be a burden on us, so that's why she married Ryan, because she didn't want to live with us. No, Christy, she's an impulsive little teenager. She didn't want to live with mom and dad because she's afraid that mom and dad might put some rules on her. Christy, she's totally lying to you and making you guys feel like it's your fault. Because what does she do the second she moves in with you? She goes and gets pregnant by Ken, so she never has to be home. She's living with Ken. Her probation says she's supposed to be living with the Blanchards. She's now pregnant and spending all her time with Ken, and all her clothes are in his closet. We saw the closet. We heard Ken folding the laundry. It was all her clothes. Ken is doing the dishes, the house cleaning, the laundry. What is Gypsy doing? And she's like, she does this, so she gets on this live, and she only does these lives once every other day or something. She doesn't do these lives every day all the time. And somebody says something to her about streaming or something, and she gets all overwhelmed by it. She's like, this is so a lot. And it's like, Gypsy, what else are you doing all day long besides sleeping? Because I don't even know if she's pregnant and she's just sleeping to say she's sleeping because she's pregnant. But sleeping is what she did in prison all day long, and that's what she's doing here all day long, is sleeping. People in prison do a lot of sleeping. Because there really isn't much to do in prison besides eat your commissary and sit at the table and BS with everybody else and read a book. Like, reading books and sleeping is the top two things you do in prison and jail. Because there's nothing else to do. Ryan said on a live that she... Yeah, he knows. He's like, you and Ken weren't just together as friends the week you left me. He's like, you guys slept together. I'm not dumb. Nobody's dumb. Everybody knew Gypsy. Whether she physically slept with Ken or not, it doesn't matter. It's still all adultery because she was kissing up on him, rubbing up on him. I mean, adultery doesn't have to literally be physical sex. But usually the law, that's what they give as a finale of it, of, well, did she literally sleep with him or did she just hang out with him? But adultery is saying, I love you, I want to be with you. That is adultery. She immediately ran to Ken and said, I love you, I want to be with you, you're my one true love. Whether they slept together or not that week, it doesn't matter. They were still kissing on each other. They were still getting tattoos together. They were still planning their future together. And did anybody else catch it, or am I the only one who caught it? Mia invited Gypsy to Jazz Fest. Gypsy then bought a ticket for Ken and invited Ken to Jazz Fest. And then, after the fact, she calls Mia and says, well, I bought Ken a ticket and invited him. Is that okay? She didn't ask prior. Is this a sister thing? Or can I invite Ken to Jazz Fest too? So did anybody else catch that, or did I just catch that? Because nobody else has said anything about that either. This was supposed to be a Mia and Gypsy thing. And then Gypsy turned it into a big giant family event once she invited Ken. Gypsy couldn't just take the sisterly handout that Mia gave her and said, let's go to Jazz Fest together, Gypsy. She had to invite her boy toy so she could trick him into sleeping with her and getting her pregnant like Rod just warned him. And this whole pregnancy is weird because, so we have, Gypsy finally told the story, okay? So she goes and does a pregnancy test, and it comes out pregnant, and she plays dumb and walks out to Christy and says, Christy, I don't know what this means. And so first of all, let's rewind back to Ryan telling us that Gypsy sent him pregnancy tests that were positive after she left him. So Ryan doesn't know when Gypsy got pregnant because she's been sending positive pregnancy tests for a while. Now Gypsy says, I went and got the last pregnancy test out of my closet. Now, how many women, we're all women here, have pregnancy tests in their closet? Or when you think you're pregnant, do you have to really quickly run to the store and get a pregnancy test? Because how many women actually have pregnancy tests even when they're trying to get pregnant? How many actually have a box of pregnancy tests in their closet? Because I've had to drive and go get with 1 out of 6 children did I have pregnancy tests on hand. All the others, I had to go really quickly and buy a test. Like, all of my kids, I had to run and go get a test. So, first of all, she's got pregnancy tests in her closet. She goes and grabs the last one. She plays dumb to Christy, and Christy's like, girl, you pregnant. And, but before she takes the pregnancy test, she had the gall to ask for, yeah, I know. She's asking for spousal support and all kinds of things. The moment she leaves Ryan, she's still making money off her TikTok and everything. And she's making money off the show, and she's making all this money off her books and all of this other stuff. And she's still putting Ryan on the line for it all. Yeah, nobody has a spare pregnancy test lying around. Nobody. So, first of all, she plays before she even takes the pregnancy test and asks Christy the results stupidly. The first thing she does is she gaslights Ken. She calls Ken and says, Ken, you're gonna have to put up with my hormones because I just missed my period again, which means I probably didn't ovulate, which means I'm gonna have plenty of hormones. And Ken said, Gypsy, go take a pregnancy test. So that's kind of odd that she called Ken and said, you're gonna have to deal with my hormones because I missed my period. She's been wanting to get pregnant since she's been with Dan. Pregnancy has always been her idea of freedom. Pregnancy was her and Nick's plan for freedom from Dee Dee. Pregnancy has always been Gypsy's freedom plan. She thinks she's going to be a free woman the day she has a baby. She's getting knocked. Yeah, Rod sat there. Before I even watched this episode, I heard somebody say Gypsy promised Rod she wouldn't get pregnant, and then she gets pregnant, and I was like, oh yeah? I was like, so she went back on a promise she gave Rod? Well, how disrespectful of you, Gypsy. I thought you loved your dad and respected him. And now you basically told your dad, I'm pregnant, stick it. The baby's being raised in your house, stick it. Well, that's really nice of you, Gypsy, to move into your father's house. He tells you not to get pregnant, and the first thing you do is get pregnant. Where does she show off this damn baby bump? Like, she shows it off somewhere. And see, look at this. Look at this picture. Does this look like a baby bump or does this look like jelly rolls? Because to me, when she shows off the baby bump, she sits up straight so her fat flattens out. And now I have you can test for the chromosome disorder is a flip of the coin, and I don't know if you can test for it. People don't know that much about her chromosome disorder yet, because it is kind of a rare one. People don't know much about it. But see, I'm looking at her belly when she's sitting on the couch like this. That looks like regular, not baby fat, just regular. This is Gypsy, because look at Gypsy here. And then let's go back to that first interview. Look at Gypsy here. She's got the same belly roll. This is actually bigger. She was bigger when she got out of prison, actually. Because look at that stomach when she got out of prison. Now look at the stomach when she's saying, I'm 13 weeks pregnant. 13 weeks and she doesn't remember 5 days? What first time mom doesn't know the exact week, day, minute, second? Like, you don't have to look at your app when you're pregnant to know how far along you are. Especially on your first baby. Your first baby is where you remember everything. You chart everything. Hey, Avel, welcome back. I can. Oh, multitasking, no problem. Thank you for listening to me while you multitask, though. I'm trying to find where Gypsy shows off her baby bump. When I now see it, as soon as Christy hugs Rod and says Cannon says you smell good, I was like, oh my god. I'm right there with the anxious aunt. Anxious aunt just realized maybe Christy does have a thing for Ken. Everybody heard Christy hug Ken and say, you smell good. Who tells their daughter's boyfriend, oh, you smell good? The top tattoo is actually a bunny. Then it goes down his arm. He's got a play bunny. Well, we all know that. So I wonder how much they're going to disappoint Rod. Rod sat him down and said, "Ken, you already broke her heart once, and we had to deal with it. Don't do it again. And 2, she wants to get pregnant. Don't do it." Well, 1 down, 1 promise of 2 down. They immediately broke that promise to Rod. Okay, now, second promise, Ken, how much longer are you going to stand this? Because I know Ken still can't stand the fame. Ken is off camera as much as he can manage it. He'd rather do dishes than stream with Gypsy. He would. He'd rather be off doing dishes, anything else besides streaming with Gypsy. He's just like, I'd rather be anything else besides sitting here on camera. He's sitting down going, "What are you chatting about now?" It's like, what are we doing now? And she's like, "Nothing. It's just for money, Ken. Play along. It's just money, Ken. Shh. You gotta play along. This is our paycheck. Unless you want to go to work, Ken, this is your paycheck. If you want to play around all day like a kid, you gotta earn your paycheck. This is your paycheck. So if you want to keep life fun, see, and that's why Gypsy likes Ken better than Ryan. Because Ryan had a real job and real responsibility. See, that's what I'm wondering. This is all just fat. I mean, she was actually bigger when she got out of prison. She was bigger than this. Her boobs were bigger. Her belly was bigger. She was bigger than this. Because, yeah, like I said, we look at this photo. Now we go back to the first photo when she got out of prison. She's got a bigger bump there. And she's afraid to show off this baby bump. Like I said, she shows it off for 2 seconds. That's why I can't find it in this video. Because it's a 2-second clip. That she shows off her baby bump for like 2 seconds. I should have timestamped it. I'm so dumb. I should have been like, Rose, pause, timestamp. Okay, she shows off her baby bump at this marker. Because I need to timestamp when I'm watching this stuff. And be like, okay, I got all these notebooks laying around so I can write down stuff like that. Timestamps and stuff in videos. And notes. So that when I go stream, it's like, okay, what's your notes? What'd you write down? Somebody asks, are you really pregnant? There are people out there that are like, I don't believe this. They're calling it the maybe baby. Christy is not being a good mom. She's riding Rod's ass and blaming him when she needs to look at herself. Because, Christy, you're not being a good mom. You should be giving this woman a curfew. She should have like a 7 o'clock curfew from her own probation officer. They should be like, well, Ken, you're welcome to stay for dinner, but you must leave after. Rod was on Ashley Madison. Oh, really? Oh, he's on Ashley Madison, huh? I checked out that website once. Okay, where is this? Come on, show off your baby bump. Show us the damn baby bump. I need to start stamping this stuff and writing down notes being like, this video, this time frame, so I don't have to do this stupid stuff. And sit here and micro go through it in the middle of a stream. But she does bump. And she's like, okay, 2 seconds, guys. 2 seconds. I wonder if Ken hates seeing these. The D is fire and stuff like that. Like, Ken is so tired of everything that's going on lately. Oh, and her announcing him as the Chad multiple times. He's like, I'm already getting made fun of enough for being gay and bi, and now you won't stop calling me your stupid Chad. Okay, maybe it's right here, because it's when Ken leaves the couch. I think, or I thought. Oh, Harry Potter and Star Wars. Is this what people bought him off the registry? Is she wasting money on this because she's not really pregnant? Or what is she doing? Because Mia right now is planning a party for a baby reveal from Ken's ex. Well, if you go back to Natasha Cooper's live, somebody names Ken's ex. So you can either do one of two things. Find Ken's ex's name off of that Natasha Cooper live, or the person who said it, and go seek that person out. But somebody said it on Natasha Cooper's live. Ken goes, whoa, how'd you guys know her name? He's like, somebody said her name. Go to that timestamp and go find out who said the name. We can see if I can look for it if you guys want me to. We can go see if we can find it on Natasha Cooper's live. Come on, Gypsy, show off that baby bump. Maybe it's here. Because Ken just left again. Maybe not. I thought it was when Ken left for a second. She shows it off. He keeps leaving and coming back very fast. See, that just looks like, you can look at her right here, and this just looks like regular fat. And then she sits up to show the baby off, and she stretches that fat out to where it's not crinkling on her anymore. She thinks by wearing this dark shirt, we won't be able to see her fat, but we can totally see it. This dark shirt is not, sitting on the dark couch is not covering up her fat to where we can't see it. Somebody called her a bop. You're a bop, Ryan Better. What? You're a bop, Ryan Better. I don't know. What did they mean by that? Making up questions. Ryan has better D. Don't you think that you abandoned your responsibilities? Yes, you did. Months is 12 weeks, yes. She's 13 weeks now. She's just a couple days. Well, this was a couple days ago, so she's like almost 14 weeks now, which is 14 weeks? No, 4 months is 16 weeks. She's 3.5 months pregnant. The bump should either not be showing or barely showing at this time. And she doesn't know where to pinpoint the bump, because somebody asked her to show the bump and she rubs her whole belly. Her whole belly. She doesn't know, oh, this is the bump down here. Guys. Come on, where did you show the bump at? I'm like, I don't know where she shows this bump off at. I know it's in this video. I know she does it. I saw it. And I was like, come on, that was only 2 seconds, Gypsy. It's like, you got to give us more than that. I was like, if you're really that high up, this is Ryan's baby. If you're really that high up. I think it was either in the beginning of the video or somewhere in the first half of the video. Somebody asked her to show the baby bump. Oh, somebody asked, do you have insurance? We do have Ryan's, guys. Yeah, you got 54K people watching you, but most of those I think are haters. But you think TMZ would... TMZ... After Nina, everybody was like, well, maybe they're going to turn on Gypsy now. Because TMZ is known, I guess. They're like a Jeffree Star. Known to be nice to you 1 second and turn on you the next. TMZ's backed out of all of this, which is surprising. Gypsy's no longer using TMZ to out herself. And TMZ's not calling her. TMZ's on the outs right now for some reason. I think that there's a possibility it could be Ken's. I think she saw the gynecologist while she was with Ryan. And I think she took the pills or whatever she needed to do to get pregnant. She knew she was going to get pregnant. She invited Ken. Gypsy always has an ulterior motive. She invited Ken to the Jazz Fest for a reason. Because it was supposed to be just Gypsy and Mia, a sister thing. Mia was stretching out a sisterly hand saying, let me get you a ticket to Jazz Fest, Gypsy. And then she went and bought Ken a ticket behind Mia's back, told Ken about it. Of course, Ken said yes. And then, after that was all done, she went back to Mia and said, guess what? I bought Ken a ticket. He said he'll come. Is that okay, by the way, Mia? I mean, how is Mia supposed to say, no, return that ticket. This is a sister thing. And then, I guess after that, Rod and Christy got invited because Ken was invited. So... Hey, Chewies, yo! So yeah, that was really rude of Gypsy to turn the Jazz Fest. I bet Mia just wanted to do a fun sister rock out thing at the Jazz Fest. Maybe even help her find a guy. I wonder if Mia had an ulterior motive to get her to date around. But Gypsy ruined it by inviting Ken. I told you guys that stupid baby name is Emily. She's like, well, my dolls were all Emily, so I guess this baby will be named Emily. And it's like, do you just see this as another doll, Gypsy? This isn't another doll that you can just rename later down the road. Once you give this baby a name, you give this baby... Can you imagine the baby saying, Mom, how did you come up with my name? And Gypsy says, well, I'm not good at coming up with names. So when I was a little girl, I named all my stuffed animals and all my dolls Emily. So when I got pregnant with you, I'm like, well, I guess this will be another Emily. frustrates me. She's using. Yeah. Ryan. That's why I said somebody needs to get to Ryan and say, Ryan, first of all, she's gaslighting you so that you'll sign the papers. Your insurance is paying for it. You're paying for the baby. You're paying for everything, Ryan. Don't sign those papers. Don't. Think about it for a while. Because even if the baby is Ken's, everybody wants Ryan to take the baby from them. Because it's like, no, people don't care the sex of the baby. They want the baby to go to Ryan. And so, but Gypsy literally said, well, I'm being nice to Ryan so that he'll be nice to me and sign the papers. I'm being really gentle and really nice to Ryan. Well, you know what? It's not being gentle and nice to Ryan that you give him pregnancy tests and say, I want you back. All the while, you're living with Rod and Christy, planning on going to Jazz Fest with Ken and hoping that he gets you pregnant for real at Jazz Fest. I know she went to that gynecologist. First of all, now she's telling a story about two separate gynecologists. Now, the one that said she wasn't ovulating and the one that said she was. Because Gypsy's trying to play it off as this is accidental. A doctor told me I couldn't get pregnant. Oh, did you guys catch the part where she said that she also didn't think she could get pregnant because she had an abnormal pap smear and her junk was all messed up down there? And Ken still put his junk in her junk while her junk was infected? Did you guys catch that? Her junk's all infected. She doesn't pass her pap smear. And she still tricks Ken into putting his junk in her junk while she knows that her junk is all wrong and disgusting. All because she wants a baby. Was it this live? This live? Where everybody's like, drink that water, Gypsy, drink it. I know it's like, we don't know Gypsy, but, I mean, she's a very cruel, mean person. These last two episodes have, and then you add her lives to it, has painted this huge picture of what a planner she is and how cruel and mean she is. And I love that Rod does warn Ken. But Ken is so stupid. Gypsy's like, well, he was so happy when I told him I was pregnant. It's like, Ken. I thought you guys told Rod you didn't want to get pregnant. You weren't going to get pregnant. I thought Rod warned you. Why didn't you put a glove on? The shit out of her. She did. I mean, I finally saw more of the autopsy photos yesterday because you guys had me go look at them and from Candace Starr. And I've heard about the broken nose, but I didn't see it until yesterday. Her hands are beat up. Her face is beat up. She's got pressure points like on her face and all over her body where she was held down. I wonder with either duct tape or hands. Well, somebody's like, well, they're going to name her Emily Rose, and that's going to be quite the exorcist. She's going to be Emily Rose Euchre. Euchre. Ew. If Ryan allows her to be a euchre. Urker. First, everything is up to Ryan. I wonder how Gypsy's going to treat Ryan once he signs that paperwork and lets Gypsy have the baby. Well, do they need Ryan's permission to do a DNA test? Well, biological fathers do, except for there is that presumption of paternity law right now. It is presumed to be Ryan's baby by law. Doesn't matter the biology. There is a presumption of paternity clause. Gypsy screwed Ken over by not waiting 6 to 9 months for the divorce to be done. Because Gypsy's infected coochie couldn't wait that long. You know what? Fancy should be having fun with this. Where's Fancy in this moment? Because they made fun of Fancy's infected cookie. Well, Gypsy just admitted on a live that her cookie is infected. Emily Puker. She's going to be so made fun of. Definitely by the internet. The internet's going to be like, show that ugly baby so we can pick apart its face and tell you how ugly your baby is. We're all going to see if it's born with a tiny head, if it's got microcephaly. And that's one reason why Gypsy doesn't want to show. But I thought I heard, tell me if I heard wrong, but the second Gypsy found out she was pregnant, she was already in the works to like People magazine or something to sell the first baby photos. Well, I'm wondering when Fancy's going to catch on to that Gypsy just admitted up to an infected cookie on her stream. Because they spent years on Facebook making fun of Fancy's infected cookie. It's like, Fancy, Gypsy just admitted to having an infected cookie. Go get it. Go get it. Fancy, I hope you watch my show, my lives, because I'm telling you, go get it. Go after her infected cookie. She just admitted it on stream. You don't admit that stuff on stream. Wart, cervical cancer, STD, something like that. But something's wrong. Or it could be, it depends on what kind of wild sex she's having. It can be a bacterial infection. Because if she's not being clean about the way she's romping in the sheets, you can get a bacterial infection. Hey, Kathy. So tired of talking about pregnancy and burp. She is disgusting. Hold on. I know. She's so lazy. She just sits her ass in a chair. And everybody does everything for her. Yeah, there's the HPV test. Yeah, it's like, Gypsy, you just admitted up to something that, oh, you said it on stream. You said it in your own voice, in your own words. Now let's see how nice Fancy's gonna be about it. It's like, let's see if Fancy, is gonna be just as kind to you as you guys were to her. Because I found right at the end of my stream a couple days ago when we were going through that Facebook, I found a text message where Gypsy told everybody, do not talk to Christy, do not tell Christy anything that's going on in my jail life, do not associate with Christy. If you associate with Christy, I'll stop talking to you. I'm done talking to Christy until Christy is done with Fancy. Christy needs to choose Fancy or me. And that's when Christy started making fun of Fancy's cookie, is because what Gypsy did. Gypsy strong-armed Christy into me or Fancy. Take your pick. And, yeah, she better, if she really is pregnant, she better get the abnormal pap smear figured out. Because the baby can catch the infection during birth if she doesn't fix it. Right now, the cervix is kind of protecting the baby, maybe. But if you have an infection down there during pregnancy, I mean, there's always a chance it's going to affect the baby. Like, it can make the baby go blind or something if they get the bacteria in the, if you get it in the uterus, it could really harm the baby. The autopsy pictures. I saw the pictures of her. Well, I didn't see the autopsy ones either. I finally got to see the naked ones on the bed where the V was on the butt and everything. I'm really thinking what I think happened is she told Nick to clean off her bed. She took that Barney and she went in there, and her mom's only half dressed because I think she could only get her mom half dressed. It was already tiring to fully dress her mom. And she cleaned up her mom. She got her mom half dressed. I think that's when she's like, Gypsy, I'm not dead yet. Gypsy, don't hurt me. I'm not dead yet. And maybe that's why there's the old wounds and the new wounds. The old wounds with the dried blood. And the new wounds, because there is 2 sets of wounds, and maybe that's where Dee Dee's like, because her lungs would have been filling with blood from what Nick did to her, but she wouldn't be dead. She would be sitting there gurgling and going, Gypsy, I'm not dead yet. Gypsy, don't hurt me. Gypsy, help me. Just say, perhaps her abnormal pet. Yeah, it could be precancerous cells. She just said abnormal pap, and that's all we know. She didn't say anything further, and she's like, I thought I couldn't get pregnant because of my abnormal pap. Okay, so it shows you she's been seeing the doctor longer than just a couple weeks. between the first time she meets up with Ken and the Jazz Fest. Those were only a couple weeks apart from each other. She'd been seeing the doctor for a while. Like I said, she was seeing that gynecologist while she was with Ryan. And then I think in episode 7, what we were seeing was Gypsy deciding, if I stay with Ryan, I'm going to get pregnant with Ryan because I'm taking my pills, or should I just up and leave Ryan and go get pregnant by Ken? And I think that's what she was deciding during episode 7. That's what was going through her head, is I'm going to get pregnant. Do I choose Ryan? And so she's giving Ryan last minute talks of, are you happy? Because she's saying, I think I might be happier elsewhere. Because in her head, she's going, would I be happy if this was Ryan's baby or Ken's baby? Because when she told Mia, did I change my future by marrying Ryan and not waiting for Ken and being patient? Did I change? And so she's like, I gotta change my fate back. If I get pregnant by Ryan, my fate is stuck with him. Or this is my moment to change fate. I can go get pregnant by Ken. All she had to do was talk Ken into sleeping with her. And she couldn't do it the first week she was with Ken. But Jazz Fest, he was up for it apparently 4 nights in a row. Well, I mean, bacterial, she might still call it an abnormal pap. We don't know what the abnormal pap is. Abnormal pap could mean STD, could mean infection, could mean cervical cancer. It could mean anything. It just means that it wasn't an abnormal pap, means that there's something there that's not supposed to be there. She's got the HPV. We'll have to see as things play out. Like, isn't it dangerous to be pregnant while you have HPV? Is it dangerous? It hurts like hell? A pap smear? Yeah. Well, they always tell you after a pap smear, don't be surprised if you spot a little bit. You're going to cramp and hurt for a minute, but everything's going to be okay. Me neither. I have never had one abnormal pap smear ever. All my pap smears, even the one I just did a couple months ago, is normal. I have never had, and I even went 5 years without a pap smear. I just got one a couple months ago, and I went 5 years without getting a checkup. And I still don't have an abnormal one. I shouldn't have let it go for 5 years, but I got that standard letter in the mail that says, everything's fine, Rose. Yep, you betcha. Because I'm now in my 40s, I went and I did my mammograms, and I went and did everything, because my great-grandma passed away at the age of 47 due to breast cancer, and her daughter, who's my grandma, had breast cancer and uterine cancer. And she had all that in her 30s and 40s. And my mom is fine. My sister is fine. So I went to make sure that I am fine. And I am. because I do have the history. When I go into the doctors and they say, Rose, what's your history? It's like, here we go. Let me give you the history. It's like, take a deep breath, because I'm going to tell you. It's like, chart it down correctly. But yeah. Yeah, a hysterectomy. And then she can't have any more babies. Is everybody going, well, if it's HPV, she gets knocked out of the gene pool. Let's see. I want to look up. It doesn't say if there's risks while pregnant. Okay, it can cause abnormal changes in the cells of the placenta, which can lead to placental dysfunction and premature rupture of membranes. So it's going to lead to definitely a preemie. Miscarriage. If she has HPV and she really is pregnant, she could miscarry it. But low birth weight. I don't know. Maybe you guys will have to just watch this video, but she shows off her baby bump somewhere in this video. Somewhere in this video, for 2 seconds, she will show off her baby bump. But she does it real quick. I can't believe she's not proud and happy to show off that baby bump. Why does she back off from Ken? She's like, okay, Ken, get off me. She's starting to treat Ken like Ryan. Is there trouble in paradise? Because, see, she goes from, oh, this is fun, Ken. Now get off me. You're smothering me. Because, see, now she's starting to back off of Ken. She's not all over him. Maybe it's because she got the baby she wanted. And that's all she needed Ken for. It spreads too fast. There's best friend got an abnormal pap smear. Oh, wow. I'm sorry, Christine. Yeah, you're supposed to get it like 12, 13 years old to keep you from getting it. Should we get to talking about the show? Everybody praised Mia for... And Mia's all... She's smart. She's like... She's already getting trashed on... It's like... Gypsy's already getting trashed on social media. And now you want to add little ball say? How? No, what did Chris? I think she mentioned something that there is some issues between them. I know Without a Crystal Ball was saying something about I still back up Gypsy and or something. Like somebody I think on Morbid's channel a couple days ago was saying something about, maybe it was Starlight or something, was saying something about Without a Crystal Ball, putting some kind of message out there about, well, the Blanchards don't tell me what to say, but I do stick up for them and blah blah blah. And I wonder if Haiti Joyless is Crystal Ball's alt. Unless somebody came up with the name Haiti Joyless just to make fun of Katie Joyless, which is Without a Crystal Ball. This was today. I haven't really watched much videos today on everything. Let's see. We can look up Haiti Joyless. Let's see what Haiti Joyless has to say today. Cause see, she doesn't show her face. Flips on Gypsy. Okay, let's see if she would. Okay, how is she flipping on Gypsy? Let's see how she's flipping on Gypsy.
We are here for it. So, of course, she put out a whole Instagram post. She put out more than one, actually, but this is the one I'm talking about right now. And this is what she has to say.
The final episode of Gypsy Rose Blanchard's reality show aired tonight, and I am finally at a point where I am done. I watched the show with my mouth on the floor. I watched her flat out lie to Ryan Anderson. Then I continued watching her lie over and over. In May, Gypsy Rose Blanchard called me after I made a post calling out so many issues with her behavior. In our call, she told me a story about her meetup with Ken that left me so upset. As you may have seen, Gypsy sent a text message to Ryan with a photo of Ken and her in New Orleans. She told Ryan that they were just friends. But she sent the photo to him to hurt him. I was told about Gypsy sending photos to Ryan. I flat out asked her if she sent Ryan photos. She told me she didn't send the photo. I called her out and told her that she was lying. Then she backtracked and said, "Oh, I did send Ryan a photo of Ken and me. I only did that because I wanted him to get me on adultery. Then our divorce could be over faster." I told her that was not only cruel.
I thought she said, "Don't, Ryan, don't get me on adultery."
To do to Ryan, but also incredibly wrong. I told her that makes it look like she only got with Ken to get back at Ryan and get out of her marriage. In another scene of the episode, Ryan tells her that he has her on adultery. Gypsy says to him, "I didn't do anything though. You didn't get me on adultery." While meeting with Ken, Prout told him that Gypsy wanted to get pregnant. He tells Ken not to get her pregnant. 4 weeks later, Gypsy claims she is pregnant. Ryan tells producers that a month before that Gypsy claimed that she was pregnant and didn't know who the father was of the baby. Then with this pregnancy she didn't send him any photos of the pregnancy tests and claimed that she was pregnant this month with Ken's baby. I have a hard time believing that Ryan would lie about this to producers.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I was talking about earlier is Gypsy left Ryan, sent him positive pregnancy tests, but they weren't positive, they were fake. So what makes you think the pregnancy test with Ken is real, she might not be pregnant. She could be taking birth control to miss her period and play like she's pregnant and faking a pregnancy. Because the way she went about it, you can tell. Like I said, she called Ken and made it his idea to take the pregnancy test by saying, oh, my hormones are out of whack. I missed my period. You're going to have to deal with my wacky hormones. And Ken says, take a pregnancy test, Gypsy, just to make sure. Gypsy takes it. She goes out to the living room, plays dumb to Christy. Christy, I don't know if I'm reading this right. Help me. You pregnant, girl?
I 100% believe Gypsy would lie to both men about the paternity. Gypsy did want to get pregnant and was trying to get pregnant with Ryan before she left him, according to Ryan. Oh, and last week, I was told that Gypsy and Ken are struggling. Things aren't perfect.
Oh yeah, and just because they took a pregnancy test on April 5th to do her nose and said she wasn't pregnant, that doesn't mean she wasn't pregnant with Ryan's baby. Maybe she was in her, second week and it was too early to tell, or third week. And in your third week, either a pregnancy test is going to be so faint, you're going to take it as a negative, or it's not going to show up positive at all. Or Gypsy pretended to pee on the test. It's very easy to pretend to pee on those tests.
Like they seem, and it's not the fairy tale that she thought it would be. More later.
So that is what Katie Joy has to say on Gypsy Rose. Like clockwork, we all knew that she'd flip, so let's...
See, that is too big for 12 weeks. That's just... That looks like her belly when she got out of prison. I don't know. See, this baby bump is... I'm going up and down on I don't know if this pregnancy is real or not. But she's about to have a gender reveal party. Is she going to fake the gender, too, if she's not pregnant, and have a party anyways? Or is she going to finally miscarry the baby? She's in almost to her 14th week. If you gotta fake a miscarriage, you gotta do it soon. I mean, usually you don't miscarry after the 12th week.
So I'll pat ourselves on the back. Round of applause for us. We were right. We all knew that it was just a matter of time because, like she does with everyone that she quote-unquote befriends, say quote-unquote, because she's not actually befriending them. She's just trying to get content, which is exactly what she did here. She always flips on them every single time if she feels like she's not getting enough attention. So I assume Gypsy didn't give her enough attention. And now Katie Joy is doing what she always does and being Katie Joy. And now we get entertainment from it. So thank you, Katie. And for any new people who don't know Katie Joy, aka Without a Crystal Ball's shenanigans, don't follow her for the latest updates. Yeah, she talked to Gypsy one-on-one.
That's why we gotta follow Katie Joy. Will tell us it all. So, I mean, Gypsy was dumb to lie to everybody and then say, well, watch the show, you'll see it play out. We are seeing it play out, Gypsy. There's trouble in paradise. Yep, trouble in paradise. I wonder if I play this, if they're going to get... Why does everybody else get to play this show, clips of this show, but I play it and they get me blocked? What is she saying here?
I'm the person that's making you sad.
What was his reaction?
He cussed me out, and I understood. Things
I don't know if he really
wasn't going good.
cussed you out, or you're just saying that to make him look bad. I want proof that he cussed you out. Because I don't believe Ryan would cuss Gypsy out, like, ever. No matter how much. Because Ryan is even right now hoping that things still go in his favor, and he will still take Gypsy back. If she ends up either pregnant with his baby or not pregnant at all and comes crawling home crying on his doorstep, or if Ken turns abusive, or more abusive than he already is, I mean, you could tell Ken is getting sick of this life. It was fun the first, month he was with Gypsy. And now he's getting annoyed. Now he's like, hey, I can't do this anymore. Whoops.
We've got that released of her and Ken. This is it. Ken came to visit. Her not wearing a ring. I said that was evil. She wrote, we just hung out.
Yeah, Ryan. See, and what is that story in TMZ about her leaving the ring and saying we both deserve happiness? I did a video on that. Because that's what she reported to TMZ, was that she left the ring at Ryan's house with a note that says, we both deserve happiness. That's how she left Ryan. She did the honorable thing. She gave Ryan's mother's ring back. Is Ryan's mom in here? It's so good to see Ryan's mom. I was so happy to see Ryan's mom. Yeah, this is the whole, I'll be with Ken in 6 to 9 months. She's sitting there sighing, going, I'm bored. How do I torture Ryan now? Okay, camera's rolling. Okay, I'm calling Ryan. You guys, I figured it out. Figured out how I'm going to torture Ryan. Roll the cameras.
Hey, what are you doing?
I'm driving. What are you doing?
Playing nice. I'm driving. Okay, sweetie. That sounds good.
I talked to Ryan. I just got off the phone with him.
Oh, no, wait, this is the Ken phone call. She's like, I gotta go call Ken, and now I gotta tell him that I talked to Ryan. I mean, Ken's not your husband. You owe him no explanation. Get off the phone with Ken. See, what's this? See?
My keys are in the car?
I think so.
Well, today's the big day for her rhinoplasty. She whispered to me that she was scared.
Oh, she's going to get her nose done. Gets her nose done. Here we go. Mia, the voice of reason. Everybody's giving Mia, I love it that Anxious Aunt and everybody today is like, go Mia, because Mia and Rod are the only two voices of reason in this show. And nobody's listening to them. They're trying to be the voice of reason. They're trying to... Well, Mia's the only one that will speak to Gypsy like she needs to be spoken to. Rod very carefully talked to Ryan or Ken and Gypsy. You can tell that he was still scared to talk to him, scared to take that dad role and lay down the rules.
Her.
She's got to make her own decision.
Take that anger out on his ass over there in Lake Charles, not on me.
Ricky Knight died 5 years ago. No, I didn't. I'm very much alive.
Where you been all this time?
The three of us have a lot to discuss. Your dead wife is getting on my nerves.
I thought my husband was mine.
Commercials.
So,
You ever came to me talking about one of my exes while I'm with Andre, like married, like that?
No,
it's just,
y'all situation's different. She needed closure.
No, she didn't. Christy's gonna stand by that closure line. It wasn't closure, Christy. It was opening the door. Wide open. You weren't closing the door, you were opening the door.
And she didn't have it. So
Because if it was closure, you wouldn't have ended it with, oh, by the way, he's single now. Well, you know what? Gypsy's not single, so keep your mouth shut.
took it upon myself to do it.
Let's see. Keep banning me. I'm going to cancel. If I show any clips of this, it's like everybody else, like Anxious that everybody else gets to show clips of this show. I show clips, and boom, I'm copyrighted. That's why last time we did episode 6 or episode 7 on mute with, I could go pull that up though. This one is a YouTube one. This is a YouTube video. Once again, this one isn't the actual life after lockup video. Somebody, see, they're not even taken down. Am I the only one who likes the stepsister? She's the only one that talks sense. Mia is the only one that'll talk sense. Rod is too scared to literally stand up and say everything that Mia's saying and everything he should say. And Christy is just, everybody be a pansy with me. Let Gypsy do whatever she wants.
He let her go because he wanted her to find herself without him. The main reason why he ended it was not.
No, he didn't. He got tired of Fancy. He got tired of the drama in the magazine articles. He got tired of the drama on Facebook. Ken couldn't take the heat he got out of the kitchen. And now he stepped back in the kitchen, which is dumb. That's definitely a baby bump. Apparently the 3rd season picking up. Well, the reason why I'm thinking maybe the 3rd season didn't pick up is they found out she really wasn't pregnant. And there's going to be no baby born during the 3rd season. And so Lifetime's like, we're done with this lying little... We're not gonna even put that on. That's the only thing I can think of why Lifetime would drop Gypsy is what is happening in that 3rd season that Lifetime won't touch. They touched her lying little butt for 8 episodes. They watched her lie. They watched her use people and blah blah blah. And they let it happen. So what is so bad about season 3 that they're like, nope, we ain't touching that? To watch her pregnancy journey, I don't give a... I want to see if there really is a baby. I'm waiting. Is there going to be a miscarriage or is there going to be a baby? I'm so confused. I don't know which way to believe right now. Creators I've been following on here. I appreciate you, Christine. Stuff is ramping down with Gypsy. Like, basically, we're just gonna make fun of her lives that she puts out now. Her and Ken are gonna put out lives and act stupid and say stuff that they shouldn't say. Because I don't know who's picking up the 3rd season and when it's gonna air. All I heard is they sold it. But I wonder if they realize there's no baby drama, and that's why they dropped it. Because they're like, ooh, we got the baby drama, and who's the daddy drama? Everybody loves that. We've never had that before in a show. And they're like, yay, we got that going on. And then what happened that made Lifetime go, never mind, we're not touching this baby drama?
What we thought.
Because you would think they would want to cover Ryan and everything and his decisions. Because Ryan is a big part of how Gypsy and Ken are going to live for the next 18 years. How generous is Ryan? Is he going to sign those papers? Because Gypsy said after the paternity test, Ryan still has to sign those papers. The law doesn't care about biology. The law cares that somebody's financially responsible. I don't think Ryan's going to raise. Yeah, I don't know if he's going to want to raise Ken's baby either. But if he really wants to get back at Ken for stealing his wife and getting her pregnant, he can take that baby. He can. Presumption of paternity. Gypsy got pregnant way too fast. That baby right now is presumed Ryan's. The law doesn't care biology. They care about finances. Somebody needs to be responsible for this baby. They don't care who signs that birth certificate. They don't care if it's biology. They just care that somebody signs for the custody of that child. Ryan wakes up. Well, Gypsy, I was hoping this episode would wake Ryan up when he sees her say stuff like, well, I'm being really nice to Ryan so that he'll sign the papers. I'm being as gentle with him as possible because I want him to sign the papers.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe that either. I just still gotta, I don't even know the man yet. But, I still gotta,
plus,
I gotta fuck them. I gotta make my own decision.
This is something I want you to do, like on your own time, you know?
Like, put it to this way, Mia. If Andre were to leave you right now, and you were crying for a few months over him because he's your love, and then you got with somebody else and you married them, and then Andre came back to Christy and said, well, I left her for this reason, but Christy, would you go tell Mia that Andre's back? Because Andre was your first love, your first fiance. He's the love of your life. Christy, if you did it for Gypsy, you would do it for Mia. And Mia's telling you, don't. I don't want to know. Once they leave you and break your heart, they don't get to come back and make excuses. Plus the fact, Gypsy did talk to Ken a week before being released. So, it's not like Ryan or Ken didn't have plenty of chances. He just didn't know at that moment when he talked to her that she was worth $3 million. And he needs a good $1 million of that to start his restaurants. And I'm wondering if he's planning on ditching the baby and Gypsy. He just wants his share of the money first. He's got to figure out how to get his share of that $3 million. How does he get his $1 million so that he can start his life? About Ryan, you never know Who signed? It does. I mean, you have a little bit of everything. You have Christy, the one in trouble for getting them together. You have Rod trying to work as gently as possible, trying to be a gentle Mia. And then you got Mia, who's bold enough to say anything. I mean, you got one of each character in the show. You got the disgruntled ex. You got the new boy toy that just got you pregnant. It's just funny that the show wanted her to get pregnant and then she got pregnant. Because I've watched some of Gypsy's lives prior to her announcing her pregnancy, and it just doesn't seem like a woman who's about to announce a pregnancy. I mean, look. I mean, all you have to do is go to past photos. Ow. I hit my elbow. Like, see, here's when she first got with Ken. She's an okay weight. Unless pregnancy ballooned her up really quickly, because remember her picture of her in that tight black dress out in front of that restaurant? Oh, did anybody catch it when Ken called her Barbie? I thought that Gypsy wasn't the blonde bimbo Barbie that he wanted, but he called her Barbie on that live. Since has done is take tension off the... Yeah, well, Gypsy's really good at misdirection. Because nobody remembers the lawsuit against Fancy anymore. Nobody. Was Gypsy reporting me? I don't know. I get to. Because there's that, let's see, Ken and Gypsy in that black dress. Gypsy Rose. Whoops. Trying to find that picture of Gypsy in that black dress in front of that restaurant. Where's her in that tight little black dress? I mean, Ken is a good cook and he keeps cooking for her, and so it's kind of funny that yeah, she's ballooned up a little bit since she's been with Ken, because this is their first week together right here. So this is Gypsy first out of prison, which is, it's good. That's her first out of prison. Her boobs look like they do now. Her boobs were big when she got out of prison. Oh, there she is in that black dress. Not the full black dress, but... I mean, her body here looks close to the same as it does here, and when she squeezed into that black dress, That's her trying to be Barbie. She's in a Barbie style. I wonder if she picked that pink dress, because it is something Barbie would wear. She lost weight deliberately for her Bali trip. Yeah. Yeah, she purposely, while she was with Ryan, she was losing weight. Look at her arms. Look at how skinny they are. Compared to... roll it back right to her sitting on the bed. Oops. Where's her sitting on the bed? Oh, here it is. Her sitting on the bed. You can see her chubby arms. They've got little jelly rolls on them. See, look how big her arms are. Compared to on the beach in California, when she's trying to look like that Barbie doll. Because that is a perfect pink dress that Barbie would wear. You're not going to believe it until she's walking around looking... Well, I want to see... Well, it's... I know everybody shows differently. So Gypsy's never been pregnant before, so we don't know how she shows. Me? I don't show until my 6th month. I can show you pictures of... Here, I'll show you. Gosh darn it, I hate going to my Facebook because it shows my real name. Let me show you a picture of me at 5 months with my daughter. This is my 3rd child. And everybody shows differently. Everybody does. I always have a hard time showing in my pregnancies. Till the end. Let's see. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to find my pregnancy photos. It would be maybe this one? Okay, I think it's this. Oh, wait. Why didn't it go to that album? Okay, little one on the way. Okay, here we go. So, for one, for me to show, this is me at, when I'm laying down, this is me at 5 months along, 4 or 5 months along. 18 weeks. This is 18 weeks. But I had to lay down for you to see that bump. Because when I stand up, so when I'm laying down, you can see the bump. This is 20 weeks, where it just reaches your belly button. You can see where the top of the cone reaches your belly button. That's me at 30 weeks. But let's rewind. This is me at 25 weeks along. 25 weeks. This is how good I show at 25 weeks. If I were to wear a loose t-shirt, you would never know I was pregnant. Because I don't show. I got some little bump right there at 25 weeks in the middle of my belly. Kind of. But I'm still pretty damn skinny at 25 weeks. That's my cute little daughter. But I had to lay down to do these pictures because when I'm standing up, that's what I look like. And it's like, you're not pregnant, Rose. And it's like, okay, fine. Here, I'm laying down. Now you can see it. When I lay down. Until I'm like 30 weeks. And then I look like that at 30 weeks. Which most people look like that at like 25 weeks. And then Yeah, this is like just before I deliver, I finally get a bump. That's me. This is the last picture I took before I delivered. That's how big I get. This is the biggest that I get when I'm pregnant. That's the biggest I get. She didn't have much money for commissary in the beginning. Well, yeah, when she went in there, she was a tiny little girl. I know why she hung out with the chomos and pedos and stuff, because she looked like a tiny little girl. She talked like a tiny little girl, and she could go get. People are nice in jail and prison. They can be, and if Gypsy pranced around those chomos, they probably fed her. It means so everybody shows differently, so it's hard to say what Gypsy's supposed to look like, because this is her first pregnancy. Most people show very quickly. When I was see, I finally can't see my feet. I'm like, look, I can't see my feet finally. Because this is how I roll through most of my pregnancy. Like I said, all of my sister-in-law, I was pregnant with 3 other of my sister-in-laws. There was 4 of us pregnant at the same time. And everybody was doing their belly pics. And I was like, well, I don't have a belly to do a belly pic. So I was like, well, fine, I'll do the best I can. So I was like, here's my belly at 25 weeks. Everybody else had a nice little round belly. And I was like, I don't know. I was looking down. I mean, I guess I do have some weight on me. You can tell where the baby is. I mean, because usually my stomach is flat right there. So, I mean, you can, but 25 weeks, that's... And so it's really hard. I'm trying to get a read on Gypsy. But her whole belly is smooth. Her whole belly is just perfectly smooth. There's no bump. There's nothing pointing out. Like on my stomach, you can see my stomach almost comes to like a triangle. You can see the tip of where the uterus is. Because it is rounded, but it's triangular at the same time. The grifter. Well, her show's over and she's got to make money somehow now. But then Ken walks in. They start going back to restaurants. Yeah, she's done with her Cali trip. Ken is feeding her 2 dinners. If she doesn't like one, she gets 2. Because look at her by Jazz Fest. This is when she gets pregnant. This is the night she gets pregnant. Look at her at Jazz Fest. I mean, she's not a skinny girl at Jazz Fest. Those boobs are the same size. Because what it was is Anarchy Faye was saying, no, she is... We were trying to decide if she was pregnant the night before the pregnancy announcement came out. And, we're like, well, look at the boobs. She is pregnant because look at her boobs in this picture. Now look at her boobs in this picture. But her boobs and her belly keep changing size every other week, depending upon what she's wearing and everything else. Like, I'm constantly seeing her boobs change size and her stomach change size. Her body, her face is constantly changing. See, there's her first out. And she's kind of a big girl first out. But then, like you said, she shapes up. This is where she starts shaping up right here. When she starts trying to look like Taylor Swift. She starts shaping up to get her Taylor Swift bod. And so here she's still shaped up. She's got a tighter bod here when she first got with Ken. She's got a tighter bod. It's at the end of, I think it is this live. He calls her Barbie.
Aren't you just talking about how you wanted to show her makeup a minute ago?
Oh, yeah, there's just so much. There's like random stuff.
See, it's still random.
I know, I saw I got to 10 million followers. I was stuck on 9.8 for the longest, and then I...
Well, you had 10 million followers, and then you said F them all, Gypsy, and said, I don't give an F about a following. And so, yeah, you lost a few. But you got 10 million, but I bet those 3-4 million are hate followers.
Jumped up to 10 mil finally.
I thought you could give an F,
which is
about
awesome.
A following.
Oh, does it ever stop raining in this state?
No, not around this season. It rains a lot. Will there be a season 2? You never know. We don't know yet. Three, 4. Hi, Matt. I hear you guys. They roughhouse so much.
Oh, God damn.
He's getting his ass.
All right, he hurts. But you're all good.
He's a big dog. Hi, Taylor. What's my favorite color? Lavender. Or the dog person.
Well, if it stopped raining, I'd love to take him.
All right.
Now she's back to the orange juice. She went from orange juice to water, and now she's back to the orange juice. That's weird.
Well, I'm probably gonna get off here and go take a nap. I wanted to do that.
You want to watch a movie?
Yeah, I wanted to take the scrubby thing and scrub all that.
Oh, maybe I heard him. I thought it was at the end of that live or something.
Getting used to
something about Barbie.
Drink of what I used to drink.
And I was like, did you just call her Barbie? I'm like, I thought she wasn't your Barbie. Your blonde Barbie. See, I need to mark these as soon as I hear them. So that I can be like, here, timestamp. I need to, as I'm watching these videos, I need to start timestamping them. Be like, okay, do your live. It's this video, this timestamp. Would do. I believe it's true, but I wouldn't. Well, they don't know because Lifetime dropped the they were supposed to. Lifetime signed on. Lifetime was so excited when they started this. They were like, yeah, we're going into season 2 and 3, and they were like at the beginning of all of this before this is technically season 2. I don't know whether to call it season 1 or season 2. Before this season aired, they were talking about more seasons coming. And I was like, seriously? You guys haven't even aired it. And we're already discussing more seasons, more seasons, more seasons. And then, halfway through this season, all of a sudden we hear that Lifetime dropped Gypsy. We didn't even get to the good stuff yet, and they dropped her. It's like we hadn't even got to episode 6, 7, and 8. The really good episodes that prove... I mean, the first few episodes semi-prove that she's a liar and sociopath and everything. Because she's busy going to New York and doing her interviews. And Ryan even said it. I pointed it out to you guys, and Ryan even said it. Ryan said... Yeah, Gypsy and me had a wonderful fairy tale trip in New York. Things were fine in New York. And then we got home. Yeah, I know I'm a tiny little thing. People get jealous because I'm so tiny. You would think that tiny people would show right away in their pregnancy. But, nah. I can hide it for a good 6, 7 months before people start pointing it out on me and making me confess. I can hide for a while. So yeah, we don't know how Gypsy's pregnancy is supposed to look because she has weight on her. And it's like, so it's hard to tell if she's faking it or not. Hey, Sarah. It's like, I don't know if she's faking it. I don't know. It's hard to tell right now. It's really hard to tell. And we're just going to have to ride this ride and see what happens in the next couple weeks. I mean, is Gypsy really pregnant? And they're going to go forward with everything? And or is she not pregnant? And is she still going to... And she's faking it, but she's still going to make Mia throw her gender reveal party. Breadio, you here? Oh, there you are, Bread. I have 7 mosquito bites? No. Ouch, Bread. Well, yeah. See, and that's what Ryan was upset about. Is he's like, well, we got home from New York. The fairy tale stopped. And now Gypsy left me. And, it's like, no, Ryan. The fairy tale stopped the day Christy called. You went back to work. You left Gypsy home alone. And Christy called and stabbed you in the back. Christy was waiting 2 weeks to do that. Christy sat there patiently for 2 weeks. Waiting and waiting until Ryan went to work to call Gypsy. How effing big Gypsy Rose is going to get. She's going to be like 300 pounds. Okay. Leaves chat up. Wait, okay. I know when I'm on Twitch, like, when I'm not streaming on Twitch, the chat is open, I think. I know Twitch leaves chat open. But yeah, no chat's up. But, let's see what this video is. This one's like such a mess. Christy's like, we're just like everybody else, guys. Well, yeah, and it's so weird. Like, they're pushing this pregnancy so hard, like, to get us to believe she's pregnant. So they do this live, and they give her a big glass of orange juice. But she doesn't really drink it, though, does she? She starts to drink at the beginning of the thing, then she switches to water, and then at the end of the live, she drinks a little bit more of the orange juice. Somebody who's got a major craving for orange juice and they're pregnant doesn't just put the orange juice down and grab a glass of water. Yeah, I know. I am going to move on to other things, Bread. I will be covering Gypsy Rose here and there, but there are other cases that are more important. Like right now, I do want to move on to that Corey Micolo case. That one is very important right now. And August 2nd is just August, the 1st of August is just a few days away, or a week away. And so they're about to sentence his dad. And so Toddy One Skip has been really pushing people to support Corey Micolo. Looked in the bed, yeah. Well, yeah, Gypsy's going to look exactly like that. She's taking after her mom. As soon as she got out of that wheelchair, got rid of that feeding tube, they said she used to eat, in prison, she'd eat at least a Snickers a day. And right now, she's like, well, I'm trying not to eat cake every day. She's eating cake every day. Didn't have her deletion problem. And she was taller, yeah. Shorter people can weigh more. They can put more weight on them because they're, yeah, they sometimes the shorter you are, the more rounder you can be. I wonder what Ken's gonna do. Like, I'm surprised Ken is still with her if he really does. What? Maybe we should go find out who his ex-girlfriend is. Was she a skinny bombshell? Barbie doll? Because, do you think if she keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, Ken's gonna leave her? If she starts to get big like Dee Dee big, is Ken gonna leave her? She could end up with diabetes just like her mom. Her mom had diabetes too. That's what was making Dee Dee so sick in the end, was her diabetes and stuff. Dee Dee was getting very sick in the end. Gestational diabetes is really bad. He's leaving her regardless. It's like it doesn't matter her weight, anything. What is he waiting for? Is it the restaurant he's waiting for? Is it money? Is he waiting to marry her so that he could have 50% of her money? Is he trying to get on the trust? Is he trying to get money out of that trust? Like, what's Ken's end game here? Everybody's been trying to guess, because, like I said, she talked to Ken a week before she got out of prison. Why didn't Ken say something to her then? Why did he wait until she got out and said it to Christy? And was Christy talking to Ken while Gypsy was still in prison? Well, that's what I think, because if Gypsy talked to Ken 2 weeks before she got out of prison, or a week before she got out of prison, and he still turned her down, it was that $3 million that she's worth that got him to call up Christy. Yeah, he is going to get paid for these episodes. He's in 2 of the episodes of last season. I don't know how much they paid him for his small appearance in 1 and his major appearance in the last one. Yesterday, someone. Well, yeah, that we were talking about that on my live yesterday. Was Ryan in on it from the beginning? Did he know things were headed this way? Did he know Gypsy was gonna leave him? Because why is Ryan right now telling people on his live things could still go his way? Gypsy could come back to him still? Yet he is secretly dating somebody else. He is secretly dating somebody else. He's not putting it out there. Him getting banned. Well, yeah, he got himself banned. He shouldn't have said he could wipe the floor with Ash Too Trippy and bring it on. He should have just stuck. If he wanted to deal with Ash Too Trippy, he was dealing with her just fine when he was saying, go ahead, bring out the proof. I'm waiting. That was fine for him to say that, because he knows there's no proof out there. That's why I was saying on my TikTok, do you think the grinder guy is going to come up with a better AI of Ken than Gypsy did? Did about it and now got the notice. Yeah, see, TMZ is turning against Gypsy. TMZ is going where the drama is. And the drama is that Gypsy turns out to be a bad person. Like, I'm surprised Lifetime is dropping Gypsy. It's pretty bad that Lifetime is dropping you when you are known as the man-bashing network that likes to talk about schmurder and scandal and affairs and all of that. I've been watching Lifetime since I was a teenager. Like I said, back in my day, they used to call it the man-bashing network. Because there was always... But I don't get why people called it the man-bashing network. Because they did a lot of movies about killer women. And bad women and cheating women and vicious women. So I never saw it as the man-bashing network. But it definitely was a network for women, not men. But I've been watching Lifetime since I was a teenager. So it's been 2.5 decades I've been watching Lifetime. And this Lifetime does any scandal around a woman. They love scandals that involve women. Whether it's the woman putting on the scandal or the man putting it on the woman. But they always do the woman's perspective. Comes out about Gypsy, I'll force her in. Well, the thing is this show, it's Lifetime got a lot of. But yeah. I mean, I guess it might be that they finally supported. I mean, Lifetime did movies on Eileen Wuornos. I think. It was starring not the Charlize Theron one and Christina Ricci. Monster? Not that Eileen Wuornos one. Lifetime did another one with 2 other famous actresses. But, I mean, they even did a movie on Eileen Wuornos. Like, the reason I watched Monster was because I already watched the movie Lifetime did. And I knew about Eileen Wuornos. And, well, like Morbid said, you can go to change.org and sign the petition. Yolanda Saldivar is trying to get her platform and hoping she gets paroled next year. And she has a platform to talk on when she gets out. Because she's trying to convince everybody that she killed Selena by accident. And that there was so many secrets and stuff between them that they had to talk about and stuff. And her life was threatened because of the affair she was having with the doctor. Yeah, she has young people supporting her that weren't there when her story went down 10 years ago. See, the problem is the young people, they don't care if somebody is fresh out of prison or not. Lifetime's supposed to be geared women with chick flicks, romance, etc. I mean, Lifetime's always done. They've done the standard romance, the Christmas romance stuff. They've done the standard romantic stuff. But they've also done, like I said, they've done an Eileen Wuornos movie. They've done all kinds of movies through the years. They did a movie about a woman who faked her pregnancy to her husband who was in the military. And then she went and cut out a baby out of somebody. Or no, she stole a baby from somebody. The baby was like a couple weeks old, but she tried to play it off like a newborn. She went and interviewed to be a nanny. And while she was in the interview pretending to be a nanny, she took off with the girl's baby. I mean, that's what people thought Lifetime was. Chick flicks, romances, men bashing network where women get to put men down. But no, Lifetime has always been geared towards scandal. They love a good scandal. Because let's look at Lifetime through the years. See if we can see some older Lifetime. I wonder if they can show Lifetime like from the 90s and the early 2000s. I watched this Little Women well, not LA, not Atlanta, LA 5 years ago. Oh yeah, Little Women LA right here. Good show. But it is scripted. In episode 3, 2 of the women blow up at each other because the show is scripted and stuff like that. And the women actually start blowing up at each other over the fact that the show is scripted and they're supposed to put the drama in there, because if the show had no drama and backstabbing, then there would be no show. And so the Little Women of LA do start fighting because the drama. Well, what happened is the reason the show was created was 2 of the women that star in the show got together and were talking about they live in LA, so they live where movies are made. They said we should go propose a show about Little Women and get a bunch of little women to get together and be friends and show what it's like to be life as a little person. And after they had that discussion, their lives went on like normal, except for one of the women was like, no, we need to get this done. So she went by herself and got the show greenlit. Found somebody to greenlit the show and to do it. And so she went and did all the footwork. And so in season 3, they get in a big old fight because the other woman is not getting the cut she wanted from the show when it was her idea too. And she's like, it was our idea, but I did the footwork. She's like, you didn't come with me to all the proposals. You didn't come with me and write the show. I did it. She's like, I did it all. So yeah, I get the credit. I get the money. I get all of this. And so they actually get in fights in season 3 and stuff over how the show was made, created, scripted, everything. So it tells you that reality shows are scripted. Because they bring it out in season 3. They actually air their dirty laundry on it. Lifetime Movie Club. Some of these movies are probably really, really old. Hope, maybe. Trying to see if maybe I can find some old, just added trending, suspense, My Husband's Killer Girlfriend. See, they also like to do true stories. They do a lot of true stories. Reality of reality television is that it isn't. Yeah, it's not. Time when they did the story about, Betty Broderick. Yeah. Because they like to do, they do killer women and murderous women and scandals. And it doesn't have to be a man in a scandal and a man having an affair. Because some of the movies are, like My Husband's Killer Girlfriend. The husband's having the affair in that movie, you know that. But there are movies where the women are the bad people. They do a mixture of everything. As long as it's scandal. Lifetime has always been up for a good scandal. And I think that they thought that Gypsy would be a good scandal. But maybe it was too much for them to handle, because I've never seen Lifetime drop anybody. The Osbournes, I still have them on DVD. Yep. Normal Life is too mundane. Well, and that's what they did in this show. They shook it up. Because Gypsy was getting to that mundane point with Ryan. Oh, I'm stuck in the house with a dog every day. There's nothing fun about that. So she had to start going to weekends on the boat with Rod and fishing and stuff to keep some excitement in the show. I bet you the producers encouraged her to leave Ryan. Because the scandal was over and the last 2 episodes would have been very boring if she hadn't have left. Can you imagine if she stayed with Ryan, how boring the last 2 episodes would have ended? Well, I think where they were going in the beginning with this show, before the phone call with Christy, was by the end of this show, Ryan and Gypsy are going to have their fairy tale wedding they never got in prison. I think that's where this show originally was scripted to head. Was, let's have that wedding. But Christy got in the way and started mentioning Ken. And the show went off in another direction. Is based on real, it's based on a real story. It's never factual. It's based on some factual events, and it's got some facts to it, but it's never 100% factual. 90% writer's imagination. I mean, yeah, because you know what's funny? When the writers go on strike, watch how many shows go down. I couldn't believe that, like, Jimmy Fallon and all them go down. Well, I thought Jimmy Fallon and all them write their own jokes. Why is the writer's strike bringing down talk shows? The writer's strike shouldn't bring down a talk show. A talk show isn't scripted. Well, apparently it is scripted. Everything is scripted. Case of what, Lifetime? Well, Lifetime did want her to get pregnant. I think at first they intended it to be Ryan, and they have that wedding, and then she announces that she's pregnant, and they go into the next season with now she's pregnant, and they just had their wedding, and maybe they're going to go shopping for a house or something. Maybe the drama can be them trying to pick out a perfect house for their new baby. You know? They'll find drama for season 2 if she stayed with Ryan. Let's have drama with the realtor over the house. Maybe the people won't drop the asking price on the house or something, and they're going to fight with them over a price or something, or the paperwork's going to fall through for one reason or another, and now they got to go do something else to fix the paperwork, or something like that. Some kind of drama's going to hit while they're trying to buy the perfect house in time for their baby to be born. But I think it went a different route when Gypsy couldn't stop thinking about Ken, and they're like, well, okay, we can roll with the Ken story. So then they went and visited Ken in Dallas and interviewed Ken. I bet you Ken was never scripted to be interviewed. When Gypsy was in prison, the show was probably scripted for the wedding a possible baby, all this other stuff. House shopping, whatnot. The dramas of getting out of prison and trying to house shop as Gypsy Rose. Oh, the burning bed? Yeah, that was a good one. The Farrah Fawcett one where she was abused? Yeah. She had to run with her kids. Gypsy is the one that proposed. That's the recent news that just broke. Gypsy, Ryan never proposed. It was all Gypsy. That's why Gypsy says, I rushed to get pregnant, I rushed to get married in prison, because she's the one who pushed it. I wonder what she was thinking when she was in prison and she was sitting there saying, well, wait till you see what I do with my life. She's like, I'm going to get out of here. And you guys just wait to see what I do with my life when I get out of here. It's like, I wonder what was on her brain at the moment that she was going to do. I think everybody while Gypsy was in prison had a very different idea for how this show was going to go. And they were trying to plan where this show was going to head. And then Christy and Ken stepped in the middle of it and got Ken written into the show. But yeah, Gypsy did propose to Ryan. It was her idea for the marriage. It was her idea for everything. I bet you Ryan would have waited to marry her. Because I remember Ryan saying that's why they decided on the renewal of the vows. Because Ryan says, don't you want to wait till you get out of prison to get married and have the white dress and walk down the aisle? Because Ryan's like, I can wait for you to get out of prison to marry me and give you the white dress wedding you always wanted. You have books about. Ryan needs to write his tell-all book. Write it now, Ryan. And then when you get the clearance to publish it, publish it. On sociopaths. I wonder if my psychology book has anything about sociopaths. I don't know if this book has anything about sociopaths. Let's see if it does. It has a chapter on psychological disorders. And then the chapter after it is treatment. And then there's social behavior is the last chapter. The last chapter is social behavior. I haven't read all of my textbooks. I still have some of my textbooks lying around, but I haven't read them cover to cover. Forming impressions of others. This talks about personal perceptions of people. Because, yeah, when you're in school, you only use the part of your textbooks that you need to. And then, basically, you either keep the textbook or you return it. See, this one I bought used because it was one that somebody just returned. Because most people just return their textbooks, get a little bit of money back. But I kept my textbooks. Because I'm like, you never know. You might need that textbook later on in life. Because you do tend to forget things you don't use all the time. Huh? Interesting. What year was this book written in? But this chapter talks about forming impressions of people. We can learn about biases and stuff, and observer biases and stuff. Self-serving bias. The self-serving bias in attribution comes into play when people attempt to explain success and failure. The self-serving bias is the tendency to attribute one's success to personal factors and one's failures to situational factors. In explaining failure, this is what Gypsy does. Gypsy says, well, if you guys see that I'm the bad person in the show, it's because I'm just learning. Because remember, my mom abused me. I didn't get to learn that much, so I'm new to learning. That's called a self-serving bias, according to my psychology book. She's describing a self-serving bias. She's explaining her failure by explaining her past situations. So that's interesting. Reciprocity effect. An interpersonal attraction, reciprocity, involves liking those who show that they like you. In general, research indicates that we tend to like those who show that they like us, and that we tend to see others as liking us more if we like them. Thus, it appears that liking breeds liking, and loving promotes loving. Although Gypsy wasn't very good with reciprocity with Ryan. Ryan showed plenty of praise and love to Gypsy, whereas she didn't show it back. I mean, he showed so much. Married, met her husband in her life. Yep. Yeah, they're technically still married. Their divorce isn't through yet. Ryan is being extremely lenient and nice with her right now. Because, oh my gosh, he is still her husband. Well, somebody was mentioning, well, they're not even legally separated, or it was Anxious Aunt. She's like, they're not even legally separated. Because Anxious Aunt, I don't know if you've seen her recent video lately, but I was watching it as I was turning stream on, so I got through most of it because I was watching it as I was getting ready to start stream. Well, yeah, while Gypsy was in prison, Ryan and everybody was working on book deals, show deals, this thing. Ryan and Rachel Garlick were building her social media empire. I mean, Gypsy was sitting on her ass in prison, snacking on her Snickers and sleeping all day, while everybody was working their asses off making sure that Gypsy was rich when she got on the outside. It makes me sick how she's technically throwing Rod and Christy away without directly throwing them away. Like I said, she got pregnant so she doesn't have to live with Rod and Christy. Path is good at it, but the man pursues women. Well, yeah, when you pursue somebody in prison, the thing is, yes, there are innocent people in prison. So it's okay to pursue somebody who might actually be innocent. But when you know somebody is guilty, they're in prison, and they're guilty, then you know that they're not a very good person. Ken works at a bar. He's used to flirting with ladies all night long. I bet you Ken is tired of being home with Gypsy, and I bet you he misses working in the bar. I bet he's tired of going to Despicable Me, children's movies with Gypsy and whatnot, and he was even just going to watch a movie just now without even telling her and asking her if she wanted to watch it with him. He was going to she's like, I'm going to go take a nap, and he's like, yeah, I'm going to go watch a movie, bye. And she's like, oh wait, you're watching a movie? I'll watch it with you. About the chiseled body and the chiseled jaw that was chiseled from the gods. Rod knows not to trust Ken. He's already looking at Rod's already looking at Ken going, if you did it once, you'll do it again. You're going to break my daughter's heart again, aren't you? I mean, Rod's not dumb. Mia is not dumb. But, see, that's why Gypsy doesn't want to live with her parents. And she doesn't want to live with Mia. Because they're not dumb. If it was just Christy, her and Christy would be really good roommates and little best buddies and high-fiving each other for their stupidity. Love is attachment. Secure, avoidant, and anxious. I wonder if Ryan is the anxious, ambivalent type of attachment. It says, I find that others are reluctant to get as close as I would like. I often worry that my partner doesn't really love me or won't stay with me. I want to merge completely with another person, and this desire sometimes scares people away. Because Ryan was scaring everybody away with his attachment issues. I don't think they understand that he has the anxious, ambivalent type of attachment issues that make him constantly on the edge of his seat. He can't just comfortably relax in this marriage and in this love. He's constantly on the edge of his seat, believing that his partner doesn't love him back, that his partner's going to leave him, and he doesn't want that. He wants their partner to be close, but he doesn't know how to get them to be close or feel comfortable that they're going to stay. And he did say he has a fear of abandonment. And so I wonder if that's what everybody is seeing, that he has that anxious, ambivalent attachment style. And yeah, it probably comes off creepy to people on the outside. But to Ryan, it's because he's anxious constantly on the inside. And Gypsy feeds it. She feeds that anxious little nervous monster inside of Ryan, so that it's always nagging at him. Gypsy feeds it all the time. He has a right to worry that he's going to be left, especially after that phone call with Christy. And and then you wake your spouse up and say, hey, honey, wake up. I miss my ex. I love him so much. I want to be with my ex. And then you're like, oh, you woke me up for what? Yeah, when somebody's in prison, you know that they did something to get there. Unless it's one of those rare innocent people, because innocent people do end up in prison. You can't say everybody in prison is guilty. But when somebody takes a plea deal and pleads guilty in that plea deal, there's a good chance that they are guilty and they just pled down to get in a little less trouble. He's been a meal ticket. Yeah, like, it's always Gypsy's rules and Gypsy's gonna do what Gypsy's gonna do. I hate that Ryan keeps saying that. Well, Gypsy's gonna do what Gypsy's gonna do. Stop saying that, Ryan. Stop saying that, Rod. You guys make the rules. She's in your home. You make the rules. Give her and Ken a 9 o'clock curfew. 8 o'clock maybe if you really don't want her getting pregnant. Give her a curfew. She should have a curfew from probation. I don't get. I have a 7 o'clock curfew. Where's Gypsy's curfew? I don't get how she doesn't have this curfew and she's out all the time. She should have a curfew to a single resident, not to multiple residences. I don't get how she was okayed to move her clothes and her junk to Ken's apartment in New Orleans. She should be home. In bed, in her own room. And Ken should be in his own apartment. And they should have rules. As long as Gypsy is fresh out of prison and gonna act like a 16-year-old, then she needs rules until she grows up and starts showing responsibility. I wonder if there is some truth to when Dee Dee says Rod wanted a boy. Because Dee Dee gave Rod a girl. Rod's girlfriend gave him a girl. He dated Christy, and Christy gave him a boy. He dated Christy until she got pregnant. It's like he dates these women until they get pregnant. And then if they have a girl, they get ditched. If they have a boy, he stays. Because he stayed with Christy. He didn't marry Christy till after Dylan was born. They didn't get married before Dylan was born. They got married after Dylan was born. Huh, you don't think they're going to allow Ken to... They're going to make Ken sign a prenup? They're not going to let Ken just on the trust fund and everything? Yeah, Mia is so mad at Christy. And did you notice what Christy said on Gypsy's Life? Oh, what you saw between me and Mia? That's no big deal. It's been worse before. That's mild. That me and her fighting, that's mild. Oh, that's you and Mia on a mild note? Mia yelling at you, that's a mild note. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Yeah, I need to start reading this again. I need to start reading this psychology book again. Because I haven't read it since... Oh, gosh. When did I buy this book? I don't know how old this book is. It's like... I can't remember. It's got to be at least a decade old. But it's still relevant. I mean, they probably come out with new editions, but they're probably not too terribly different. But yeah, and maybe that's where, like, Gypsy gets some of her self-serving personality is Rod. Rod did want a boy. Maybe Dee Dee wasn't always lying. Maybe Dee Dee did tell some truth about Rod. Maybe he really did want that boy first. Because he loves Mia. But... he got Dylan first, and that's what he cared about, was his boy first. Rod is gross. He had 2 women pregnant. He was dating 3 at the same time, and one of them he was getting a divorce with. He was dating a girl, and then he cheated on her with Dee Dee. Then he married Dee Dee, dropped this girl, married Dee Dee, because Dee Dee got pregnant. But then, when it turned out to be a girl, he started cheating on Dee Dee with that girl, got her pregnant because Gypsy and Nicolette are only is it a month or 5 months apart in age? They're only a few months apart in age. Like, Gypsy and Nicolette are very, very close in age. Okay? And then that turns out to be a girl. And so he's got this friend, Christy, that's been hanging on his ass for a while. And so he starts dating her. And God knows who else he was sleeping with at the time. Because he was just running around that town, sticking it in whoever. People know about 3, at least 3 at one time. Dee Dee, Christy, and they all worked at the same hospital, on the same ward. This is the only thing that makes me think that Rod is not Dee Dee's dad, is they did all work at this hospital, which is the same hospital as the doctor that helped Dee Dee start fudging some of Gypsy's records. Dee Dee wasn't sleeping with that doctor too, but she had the hots for Rod, and so she told Rod it was his baby. And Rod's mom was the librarian when Dee Dee came in and checked out a book, How to Get Pregnant. Rod's mom was the librarian that checked Dee Dee out. And then when Dee Dee came to dinner and saying she was pregnant with Rod's baby, Rod's mom's looking at Rod going, that's the girl that checked out the How to Get Pregnant book. Daddy a pass, but... yeah, no. If Rod wanted to be a hero, he would have straight up sat there in front of those two going, you're not going to get pregnant. I know you want a baby. Don't even lie to me. You guys have a curfew. You're living at my house now. You better be living your curfew that your PO's giving you. And I don't want him here past your curfew. And Rod should have started enforcing some rules. Ken doesn't go in your bedroom. So either they're going to have to find a place in the backyard to do it, like dogs, or she ain't getting pregnant. No, he's not the prize pig at the fair. Just a regular old standard chauvinist pig that poking it in every girl that will let him. I mean, come on. He cheated on his girlfriend with Dee Dee, then cheated on Dee Dee with his girlfriend. Or maybe he never even dumped the girlfriend when he married Dee Dee. And he was talking to Christy while all of this was going down, while he was getting 2 women pregnant at the same time. He was talking to Christy. I mean, this guy has an insane past. No respectable, if he was your son, that you would find it, you wouldn't be proud of your son and find it respectable, what he was doing. Like I said, I think there's some validity to what Dee Dee said. Rod wanted a boy. Rod only stuck around because Gypsy was sick. Because poor Nicolette is left out of everything. But maybe not poor Nicolette. Maybe, thank God, Nicolette is left out of everything. Maybe it's a blessing that on Nicolette's 8th birthday, Rod signed those papers for her father to adopt her, and Nicolette is far from this mess. Exactly. Yep. Woo. She's her. I mean, Rod wanted a son. Well, you got your son in Gypsy in a way, because Gypsy acts just like you. She's in entanglement right now of she's married, she's pregnant, and it might be the boyfriend's baby. because Rod and Christy cheated on each other. It took them a long time to even get married. It was until after Dylan was born that they got married. I think Rod wanted to make sure he was having a boy before he married Christy. And then the only reason he married Christy is not because he loves her. It's not because he was done with other women. It's because she had Dylan. And Rod was like, I have my boy now. Because he didn't see a girl as somebody to go fishing with. And that's typical. I don't mean to get down on Southern people, but that's typical for Southern people to be that way. To think that the girls are little debutantes and boys are the ones that get dirty. Yeah. Well, because Rod wasn't ready to settle down. He was 17, still sowing his oats with every girl in town. He wasn't ready to be married to anybody. That's why it took him and Christy so long to get married. And he was sleeping with Christy the night Gypsy was born. So the night that Gypsy was born, and that chick is pregnant with Nicolette, he's off sleeping with Christy while one of his babies are being born. And the other chick is just carrying his baby. But he's off sleeping with Christy. Because they often tell the story of Rod being with Christy when they called him in the middle of the night to say, hey, your baby girl's born. Go see her. You got a daughter. And he's with Christy. Well, he's got 2 pregnant ex-girlfriends. And that is Gypsy's role model. That is what Gypsy is looking up to. Because Rod has probably never sat her down and had a good father-daughter talk saying, I should have never fathered so many babies with so many people. That was a young mistake I made. You be careful who you father a baby or who you let father your babies and who you marry. And don't get pregnant out of wedlock and get stuck with somebody. Nope, he kept going after the first baby. He's just like, he's got 4 kids with at least that we know of. Okay, this is that we know of, okay? He's got 4 kids with 3 different women that we know of, okay? This is what we know. What they will tell of Rod's history. But he seems pretty fertile, so I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they found out there was more than those 4 out there. There is always a better dude looking for a free ride, and everybody always says the grass is greener on the other side, and they always hop the fence. Gypsy needs to learn to quit fence hopping because it's not always greener on the other side. But yeah, Anxious Ant does a wonderful video here where they're like, okay, everybody, we finally believe you.
Yeah. I was sad for Ryan. Yeah. And then I laughed. Like, some of the bits I couldn't help. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I swear to God, you guys told me something, and I thought you guys were off your rocker. I'm like, these people are off their rocker, but now I'm starting to lean.
Now she's the one off her rocker.
Now I'm starting to lean over to the rocker side, and I'm starting to think you guys may be right.
Rocking.
Yeah, I'm rocking. Gypsy Rose. Because take a look at the scene, guys. Take a look at the scene, okay? Paint the scenario. Paint the picture, Mars.
Ken is coming to meet the parents.
Yeah.
And Someone seems a bit happy to see him.
Listen to this, guys. Listen to this. Now, I truly thought you guys were off your rocker. Remember that?
Oh,
so my
this is
apologies.
nuts.
My apologies. Watch this. Listen to this.
Yep.
Yeah, Christy. They get along.
I like your hair. It's good.
I like your hair.
You smell good.
You smell good.
Oh, what? You smell good. And then I thought,
It's like, what do you like about Christy's hair? It's long and stringy, and it's that way every day, and her hair never changes. So, what do you like about Christy's hair? I don't get. What is it about Christy's hair that you like? Yeah, he's done this time and time again, and like I said, they live in a small town, which I feel sorry for Dylan and Mia, who are out there dating. They could end up accidentally dating one of their half-siblings if Rod doesn't know about all his children out there. Oops. At least they know about Nicolette, so Dylan doesn't accidentally date her. Huh?
this was the funny part that I thought, hey Mars. I thought, watch this part, guys. I thought this.
See, I didn't notice this part, and Anxious Aunt noticed this part. Because I noticed when he's like, oh, you got nice hair. Oh, you smell good. They're over there complimenting and hugging each other tight. It's like, wow. Okay, here we go. It's like, maybe Ken and Christy. This town is insane. Because this little town that they live in Louisiana, these are the towns out here in the West we make fun of. Because we only joke about the southern inbred towns. But Gypsy's show is just showing me how inbred these towns really do get. It's like, oh my gosh, these towns really do get inbred, don't they? We only joke about it here in the West. Why Gyps thinks about having Krusty's seconds. Yeah, that's what everybody. You guys now have Anxious Aunt believing that he's dipping into Cougar Station there. There's a reason why he's happy Gypsy's living with Rod and Christy now. Because he gets to hug and see Christy all the time. And if Gypsy's not home, maybe he's sneaking over there while Rod's at... Rod, his job being gone 3-4 weeks at a time, man, it gives Christy a lot of time. I mean, was it really a phone call? A 2-hour phone call? Between Rod, or not, I'm not Rod, between Christy and Ken? Or was it Ken visiting Christy? And it was a little roll in the hay, after rolling the hay, rolling the sheets talk. Little bit of pillow talk after tossing in the sheets. They had some pillow talk. Yeah, if they found out that Ken really was with Christy, they'd be like, okay, fine. Next season, more truth comes out. Ken and Christy. Thinks about having, yeah. But yeah, now you guys got Anxious Aunt going, okay, maybe there is something to this rumor about Ken and Christy. Because this is, everybody can tell that this behavior between Ken and Christy is not typical behavior of a mother and her daughter's boyfriend.
I thought it was Christy sitting on him. I thought, what?
We just saw Christy saying, oh, you smell good. Then she sees a girl sitting on
what?
Ken's lap.
What's going on?
What? Is that Christy? No, that's Gypsy.
And second of all, you just barely started redating Ken again, and he's here to meet your parents. You don't sit on his lap. If you want your parents to like him, you don't go sit on his lap and be like, Daddy, what do you think? Me and my boyfriend. I'm sitting on his lap and looking all sexy in front of you. I think she's marking her territory going, Christy, this is mine. And then she gets off Ken's lap after she marks her territory for a second going, Christy, this is mine.
Because first off, Ken says, gee, your hair looks good. Like, all right.
When I first, Christy's like, the dog loves me.
Yes.
Oh, the dog loves me.
Have they?
See, I didn't notice that dog part where Christy's like, ooh, the dog loves me. Now watch what Marzi has to say about it.
They've been seeing each other?
I don't know.
Because
she's really...
Yeah.
She's been batting for Ken like
too
crazy.
Much. Way too much. But when I saw this, and she said, the dog loves me, the dog misses me, I'm like, how often are you seeing Ken?
How often do you know this dog? How did the dog get this rapport with you?
I don't understand.
The dog just gave Christy and Ken's secret away. The dog is telling all. The dog is like, I have a relationship with Christy. The dog didn't go to Rod. The dog didn't go to Gypsy. The dog went straight to Christy. Why? Anybody's guess, right? Wouldn't have a 5-minute convo with any of my boyfriends. Yeah, at least a 2-hour convo. The only time my mom has ever talked to any of my boyfriends or significant others is because they're there with me. And my mom's talking to both of us. And my mom's never, ever said, oh, you smell good. And my boyfriends have never complimented my mom's hair. Or anything about my mom. And my mom's never complimented anything really about my husbands or boyfriends or anything.
That's what I don't understand. And I thought, Christy, I was on your side. I thought these people were off their rocker suggesting such. But no. And then you say, you smell good. Who says you smell good? Does Ken say you smell good, or does Christy say you smell good to Ken?
Christy said he smells good. Ken said, I like your hair. And then she's like, oh, you smell good.
Yeah, and then I thought.
You smell good.
And then I thought that Christy sat in Ken's lap. I was like, what? What now? Well, it wasn't. Thank God it wasn't. It was Gypsy.
If that was, if she did that. That's so funny.
I couldn't believe it, guys, because Martin was saying that it's her time. Of course. Ken is her type. It looks like a young Rod.
Like a younger Rod.
100%.
He's definitely her type.
Yes, 100%.
But that's no reason to break up a marriage because
No.
you like the guy, really?
No. And you know what? I got to give props to Mia. Mia, you are the queen in this episode. You are the queen. You've got the moral values down pat. None of the others have moral values. No one cares less. Oh, who cares about Ryan? You got to be young. You got to be loved. You got to follow your heart. Like, there's no boundaries.
No.
She has not been taught any boundaries. And with someone like this,
scared about giving her. She needs a curfew.
She needs a curfew. Yeah.
She needs to say, "Come home," because obviously her mind's back in however old she thinks she is.
Yeah, exactly.
She needs a curfew.
100%.
Otherwise, she would be knocked up right now.
Yeah, exactly. She's not a 32-year-old in the head. So you have to treat her like someone that's young. Yeah. You got to give her boundaries. She needs those boundaries. But
everyone needs boundaries.
Yeah, my mom is one of the reasons why I broke up with my first husband too, because she kept saying, Rose, one day he's gonna beat you. He's got anger issues. You got emotional issues. And she would talk all kinds of smack about him, and he hated that she would do that. And then when I got with my second husband, well, the smack continued because she was like, well, I told you to leave your first husband, but I didn't tell you to go, like, immediately start dating somebody else. And she didn't like him. And my mom pulled me aside and was like, you told me that if you were dating somebody and I didn't like something about him, I should tell you. But what she told me was unfair. It wasn't anything to drop somebody for. Like, you drop somebody for, like, well, I mean, I guess if they really are controlling, but I never saw my husband as controlling. I just thought my mom thought that he was controlling because ever since I got with the current guy I'm with now, I started agreeing with my mom less. And I think she thought that it was his fault. But no, it was just me growing up. and deciding that I was going to, because my first boyfriend, I started dating him because my mom and my sister and everybody pushed me to. And I married him because they started planning my wedding and they pushed me to it. And they pushed me towards everything. And everybody kept saying, oh, you guys have been dating for 6 months. I guess you're getting married. I guess this relationship is serious. Let's start planning the wedding. And my mom would take us to wedding shows and all kinds of stuff and looking at venues and all kinds of stuff. And my mom was planning my wedding for me. She picked out my dress, everything. And it was almost like it was my mom's wedding. I was just the proxy because I didn't pick that wedding. I didn't pick that venue. I didn't pick that dress. I didn't pick anything. My mom picked it all.
Sometimes, even adults, sometimes they need boundaries. That's the truth.
And you're scared, Rod. You're scared to say.
And so, yeah, I thought she was calling my second husband controlling because I decided, no, with this guy, I'm picking everything. I'm picking the guy. I'm picking what I do. I'm starting to pick things for myself. And nobody's going to tell me what I can and can't have this time. Because if I don't want it, I'm going to speak up this time. And if I want it, I'm going to speak up this time. I'm not going to sit back shyly and be shy about it and let everybody push me to do stuff that I don't want to do.
The wrong thing. And Gypsy knows that. Gypsy's highly manipulative, Rod.
Well, that's it. Like, she 100%. Even then, like, because there was that scene with Rod and Christy, and Christy's like, oh, the only reason she married Ryan, which I don't believe, but she said the only reason she married him because she didn't want to put us out. She didn't want to be a burden on us. That makes Rod feel guilty.
She's put all the guilt onto Rod.
Yes.
That's just not right, Christy.
No.
Christy, you should know better than this. This is just crazy.
Like, I don't know if
you're
she's
batting.
Caught up in it or what.
You're batting for the wrong person. Like, you got no way to be involved in this.
She's
you should be involved.
Or something.
Adults, but they've learned to. Gypsy is a true spoiled adult. That girl, Ryan did everything for her. Now Ken's doing everything for her. And one of the reasons why she probably doesn't want to be alone is because if she's living with Rod and Christy by herself, then she's going to have to do her own dishes and her own laundry and her own chores. Nobody's going to do chores for her. Obviously, Gypsy is not OCD, because you saw at the end of the last live where she was sitting there going, oh, Ken, well, I was going to, like, scrub that and do a scrubby thing on it later. And if you have OCD, you don't wait till later to do your scrubby thing until somebody else comes along and does it. If you have OCD, you run and you get the scrubber and you start scrubbing and you scrub until it's scrubbed. But you don't wait. OCD waits for no one.
I don't understand it, Christy. I really don't. Yeah. The only person here that gets accolades is Mia. Mia, what you said was 100% true. Yeah. You're the only one that's got morals and values. I've always spoke highly of Mia. And seriously, what you said, and you're sitting there fighting against your mother, you know what's right. You know this is wrong, 100%.
Well, yeah. But and then that scene was ridiculous. Gypsy's just letting them, the mother and Mia and Christy, fight it out. Yeah. And then she's like, oh, I'm just an idiot in love.
We're like, normally, that's not my values. I love how they make fun of Gypsy going, well, I'm just an idiot in love and my heart led me here. I love how Marcy and them guys make fun of it. They're like, this idiot in love. I should have been an idiot. And yeah, watch what they say further about it. It's like, Rod, you knew these idiots were in love and you didn't do anything. She's cleaning OCD now. I don't see any OCD cleaning. I see her sitting on the bed directing Ken what to do. If you have OCD, you don't let anybody do it for you. You get your ass up and you do it. Because your OCD ass needs to make sure it's done right. Because I think OCD people definitely live by the rule, if there's only one way to have it done right, and that's you do it. You know, because there's that rule that if you let somebody else do it, of course it's going to be done wrong. Wait! Is she drinking orange juice and she's not pregnant? Is that orange juice and she's not pregnant here? Wait a second. She's drinking orange juice and she's not pregnant, guys. No, the only thing Gypsy's OCD about is watching people work. She's gotta watch people work and tell them how to do it. That's her OCD, is bossing people around. But it's not actually doing the work herself. She's drinking orange juice right here and she's not pregnant, guys. Was that orange juice story a bunch of BS? I'm like, I see a glass of orange juice in a non-pregnant woman's hand. Because if she was pregnant here, then it's Ryan's baby. If orange juice was her first clue, if she's pregnant, then it's Ryan's baby.
How old are you? This is why she needs boundaries, Rod.
Yeah.
She thinks she's an idiot in love.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not an adulterer.
She isn't.
I'm not an adulterer. I'm going to be with Ken in 6 to 9 months.
Yeah.
Pregnant.
6 to 9 minutes.
Not an adulterer, my ass.
Yeah, exactly. 100% Mars. Because when Ryan said you were sleeping with him, she said, "No, I'm not. I'm not."
But she has a pregnancy test.
Yeah, and then the next day,
Gypsy said she's OCD. Gypsy has said, I am OCD. And it's like, no, you're not, Gypsy. Because you would have scrubbed that right away. You would have done this and that right away. You wouldn't have sat around and waited till somebody did it. OCD people have to get to it now, or their lives aren't fulfilled. It will itch at them until they do it. They will stare at that spot on the wall, and it will drive them insane until they scrub it. They don't just sit there and go, oh, I was gonna do that scrubby thingy, but yeah. I mean, she's pretty calm about it. She's just like, oh, I guess you're getting to it. I was gonna do it. Because as far as I know, OCD people, it itches at you until it's done. It's an itch inside until you get up and do it. It bugs you. That's the whole point of OCD. Because regular people do the, oh, I'll scrub it later thing. Oh, I'll get to it later. Oh, it's not a big deal. I can do it later. OCD people are like, no, I got to do it now and it's got to be done right. And if I don't do it now, I'm going to think about it. I mean, look at Monica on Friends. That's true OCD. She's sitting there laying in bed at night and they're like, don't turn the comforter over. And she's like, but the comforter's upside down. Don't turn the comforter. It's fine. Just go to sleep. And she can't sleep until she gets up and changes the comforter. Because that's OCD. It will itch you until you do it. That stain will itch your brain until you go scrub it out. I'm talking break so I can read more. Yeah. I would love the cliffhanger. I would watch Lifetime if Ken was banging Christy. Everybody, like, if Ken was banging Christy, they wouldn't have dropped season 3. They would have been like, oh yeah, you guys, we're doing season 3, and you thought 2 was good? 3 gets better. They wouldn't have dropped it if they were banging. Yeah, if they were banging, man, oof, we would have a wild season 3. And Ryan would be on the sidelines laughing. Could you imagine if it came out that Rod and Christy were banging and Ryan's sitting over there going, ha ha ha, your mother just stole your boyfriend. Now it's first game. I mean, that would be so funny. Like, can you imagine? Like, everybody's like thinking if Ken just comes out and says he's bi, that's Gypsy's karma. No, Gypsy's karma is that Christy is banging him. That's Gypsy's karma. And Ryan is going to be laughing his ass off with his new girlfriend. I'm wondering if Ryan's brought his new girlfriend home. He's been either dating the same person for a month or so now, or he's dating different women. But he is secretly going out with somebody. He's got a secret girlfriend. He's not bringing her out into the open, because that's what Gypsy wants. Gypsy wants to see Ryan with a girlfriend happy so that she can be happy. Plus, if Ryan's going to get Gypsy on adultery, he can't bring out a girlfriend. If he's going to point the adultery at somebody, he's got to hide his current girlfriend. Because everybody's wondering if Ryan can be manipulative too, and how manipulative can Ryan be. Well, Ryan has a secret girlfriend, but he doesn't want to be the adulterous one. So he's going on lives telling people, oh, I miss Gypsy. Maybe she'll come back to me. You never know. Pretending like he's still in love with Gypsy. I don't want to get a divorce, but she's making me. Because if he's with somebody else too now, then the lawyers will probably go, well, you both are with somebody new. You both are cheating on each other. Good job. You both committed adultery. Let's just get this done and over with now. No, Ryan's got to go in there looking like the perfect school teacher that he is. He's not even a teacher. He's a teacher's aide. Like the perfect guy that he is, he's got to look so squeaky clean that Gypsy can't point a finger at anything he's done. Because the show has now revealed that Ryan wasn't abusive. Her hiding in the bathroom never happened. Mia running there in the middle of the night to save Gypsy never happened. None of that. Gypsy leaving the ring on the table with a note and leaving while he was at work never happened. None of that ever happened. And the baby daddy, when Ken dumps her, Ryan back up. Ryan couldn't find a Well, Ryan's got somebody who is being kept quiet on the back burner, because on one of his lives, he said he was leaving to the movie, and he told everybody it's none of their business who he's going with. He's not telling them. He admitted that he wasn't going to the movie alone, but he said, I'm not going to tell you who I'm going with. Maybe it was Karina. Let's ask Karina. No, I'm just kidding. Ha. But Ryan, which is funny because prior to that, Ryan did state on a live that he had a date. And he saw her 2 nights in a row. The same woman 2 nights in a row. And he admitted it on a live. And I know I'd take Pixie in a heartbeat. He admitted it to 2 nights in a row. And then all of a sudden, now it's none of our business who he's seeing. So why did it go from him saying, yes, I have a date, to I ain't saying shit? Hey, Parker does not. That live was funny when Ken kept trying to call Parker to him, and Parker's like, no, you're sitting next to that woman. I ain't going over there. He's like, I ain't going to that woman. And he's like, come on, Parker, what's wrong with you? He's like, Parker, just come on. And Parker's like, you're sitting next to that woman. I ain't going. We all saw the picture where she was trying to cuddle Parker and his eyes were like this wide and he was like, she's cuddling me. She's touching me. And that's why when Ken tried to call her, she's like, I'm not going anywhere near that girl. So Parker might bite Gypsy. That's why he was probably like riling Parker up over there off in the dining room away from Gypsy going, all right, if I don't get some energy out of Parker, he's probably going to bite Gypsy. Because she sounds like a squeaky toy. Gypsy. I heard from Nick's stepdad that when Gypsy was doing it like bunnies with Nick, all they heard from the room was Gypsy's squeaky little voice going, that Gypsy is actually squeaky in the sheets. Go ask Nick's stepdad. He'll tell you all about that squeaky little toy that Gypsy is. Yeah, she blamed it on sources close to her family. Hey, yo, Gabriella, hello. Whenever that. The tubal pregnancy that I had, if that hadn't ended that way and it had been a girl, we were gonna name her Gabriella. What was it? I had a whole beautiful name picked out for her. It was Gabrielle something. I was gonna call her Gabby also. Is it Gabriella's pretty beautiful name? I remember it was written on my chalkboard. It said Gabrielle something something, my last name. But yeah, can you imagine the confusion that Parker has when he's listening to Gypsy squeaking in the other room? Poor Parker. He's like, that noise! That noise! It's not my squeaky toy! It's not my squeaky toy! It's a trap! It's a trap! He's like, it's a trap! Don't go in there, it's a trap!
She goes gets tattoos.
She wrote, we just hung out.
What are you doing? Playing Kumbaya, sorry? You're playing Kumbaya? You know, when you're not sitting there saying, oh, hi. Hi, you are not like that. That's not your character, Gypsy. No. We all have to judge someone on their character. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? And how they represent themselves.
That's it.
And you're impulsive.
We judge Gypsy specifically on her actions.
Yeah.
Her
It was Shadow Band? Oh. Shadow Band. Weird. Because I don't see anything since you came in. You came in and said, hi, Rose in chat. And then you say hi to everybody. I wonder what shadow. I don't even see. I wonder if I can't see a shadow band on my OBS. But yeah, it's just kind of funny when Nick's stepdad talks about Gypsy that maybe we should interview Nick's stepdad. Because everybody's also wondering about Stephanie's last year. What I heard was Stephanie blamed herself for everything. Just everything that happened to Nick. Me for Parker's therapy? Yeah, he needs doggy therapy. She blamed herself for letting Nick go. She blamed herself for letting Nick date, for trusting Gypsy, for not doing enough. Stephanie literally blamed herself for the whole damn thing. Never once did she put any blame on Nick. She put all the blame on herself and the beast that she called Gypsy, that she called the beast. She blamed herself for trusting that beast, for knowing that Gypsy was a beast, and not stopping Nick, for not taking Nick to date other girls, for not doing a million things that she could have done. She sat there and lived her last year in complete regret. Of, I should have done this, I should have done that, I shouldn't have trusted her, I should have stopped him, I should have paid more attention, I should have done more. I should have made Nick be on his meds, I should have done this, I should have done that. There were so many, she lived in so many should-haves that she couldn't take it anymore. Hung out and got matching tattoos but weren't banging. See, I got a bridge for sale. Yeah, it's like, we're not banging, but we got, and these aren't hearts. You guys are, these are huskies, not hearts. Oh, it just so happened that the huskies were in like a half heart shape. Like, but, you know, we just wanted a simple husky design that wouldn't take forever to tattoo. It's accidental that they're hearts. I was asking if you saw the weird picture she took with Parker in a gown? Oh, is that also why Parker doesn't like her? She's like, here, Parker. Seems how I don't have a baby of my own, you're my baby, and I'm your new mommy, and I'm gonna dress you up. Come here, Parker. Let's put a little gown on you. And the dog. Is she gonna be like, here, you're gonna be my flower girl as soon as I divorce Ryan? And I marry Ken, we're gonna make you the flower girl, and I'm gonna get you a cute little basket, and you're gonna carry our rings on your nose. I'll teach you how to carry them on your nose, and you'll be in this cute little tutu. Dog, but I think Barbie's bow will be gone. See the freaking picture. It's like, poor Parker. Does Ken know she did? Is Parker a boy? What's she doing putting a gown on it? Does Ken know she did that? I bet Ken was like, get it off, burn it. It's like, fine, I'll give you a baby, Gypsy. If you just stop dressing the dog up, I will give you a baby. I think Gypsy's, sees this baby as another one of her dolls, because she's like, well, I named all of my dolls Emily, so I'm gonna name the baby Emily, I guess. It's like, Gypsy, it's not another doll for you to collect. You don't collect babies. They're humans. They got me ganges. Micro, she was lying down in the shade, basically spooning him. I mean, I saw her spooning the dog, and the dog, she was just sitting there with wide eyes like, oh my gosh. this is so uncomfortable. He's like, get me out of here. Get me out. Like, it was on Morbid's channel, and it was like, you could tell the dog was like screaming in its head, I don't want to be here. Because it had that one really wide eye that you could see. You could only see one of its eyes, but it was wide, and it was like, oh gosh, get me out of here. I gotta go. Poor Parker. But Parker apparently has a great, wonderful relationship with Christy. They have built a good, strong bond. And so now, yeah, everybody's questioning, when did Christy build this bond with the dog? Why did Christy say, good, the dog remembers me?
Moral compass.
100%.
We've never had to go at her looks.
Never.
The inside that we judge.
Yeah, 100%.
Which is actually more important in my eyes.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's just ridiculous watching it.
The funny thing is that I find, because, you know, I've said it so many times, I love quirky looks. I really love, so I think Gypsy's...
You loved her look from the beginning.
Yeah, I did.
Before the nose job.
I preferred her without the nose job. Yeah. I like that quirky look, the dark hair.
That's unusual.
Yeah, I love it. You know, I don't like that classically good-looking type person. I never have, you know. And so I liked Gypsy before she had all the work done, you know. She looks great, but I liked it before better. But
so we've never judged her looks?
No, never.
We judge what's on the inside.
Yeah, 100%. And
let me give you an example.
Yeah.
And you guys know it. We're just confirming. We all know this, okay? Yeah. She is texting Ryan while she's broken up with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's like, oh, Ryan, Ken just came to visit me. Wow. Acting like you didn't call him and tell him to come visit you. He just decided one day to drive from Dallas to Cutoff. To drive, what is it, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours? How long is it to Cutoff from Dallas? Let's see where Dallas to Cutoff is. Dallas, Texas to Cutoff, Louisiana. Is it 2 words? Cut off? I wonder if it's called cut off because they're cut off from the world and they're nothing but inbred there. I mean, the name of the town, Cutoff, is like a tell-all. It is almost an 8-hour drive from Dallas to Cutoff. So yeah, 8-hour drive, not a big deal, right? I mean, you just feel like seeing your girlfriend, just hop on down to Cutoff. 8 hours is not a big deal. Does Gypsy have GoFundMes? Oh my gosh. Gypsy is making GoFundMe look even worse than it already is. I mean, it's already hard enough to tell if GoFundMe, if you fund somebody, if it's really true or not. But, Gypsy's making it look even worse. But, I'm surprised people haven't called the PO going, we saw the picture, she's abusing the dog. Put her back in prison. That's animal abuse. I don't know what her PO is doing. Her PO is failing her. Her counselor is failing her, and her parents are failing her. Because she should have a lot of boundaries and rules right now between living at her parents' house and being on probation. Why she's at Ken's house in New Orleans all the time? I don't know. I don't know if Gypsy ever went to Dallas to see Ken. Ken has come out to cut off every time. But, I mean, where is all of these boundaries and curfews and crap? She should be thrown back in jail for living with Ken right now. All the PO has to do is watch this show and watch her lives. And he'll know that she's not going home every night.
Was wondering about.
She is going wherever, whenever. Why is she at Ken's every day? Why is she at Ken's every single day? The PO shouldn't be giving her that much permission to go to Ken's. Like I said, the only reason why I have travel permission is because I got to go see my kids. I have a reason to travel. If I didn't have to go see my kids, I don't even know how much travel permission I would be permitted. Gypsy said that every time somebody submits something to her PO, he has to call her. Sometimes it's unfounded and he just has to notify her a call came in. And sometimes he has to lecture her about, okay, you did something wrong, you do it again, because it's like somebody called in, they snitched on you. The fact that she's at Ken's house every night, though, why is that going unreported? That should be being reported. So she has a PO in cutoff, and then that PO reports back to Missouri PO. I think Missouri's like, we don't give a crap what she does, as long as she never comes back to this state again. She crosses state lines back to Missouri, and we'll throw her back in prison ourselves. It's like if she wants to be back in Missouri so bad, we'll give her a residence in Missouri. Yeah, I overlook all anybody's typos. I read through them. I know what you guys are trying to say because, like, especially when I'm on my phone, I make a crap ton of typos when I'm watching, like, anybody's live and I'm on my phone. And I'm trying to hurry up and type to you guys, and I don't want to miss it. Because if I take time to make sure I'm not making a typo, the conversation will just fly by and people will forget it. And it'll be too late by the time I type it to you guys. So I'm on parole right now for my third time in my life. I've been on parole for three times in my life. So I know a little bit about parole. Your PO, at least a minimum of once a month, has to do a surprise inspection on you. They have to know where you live, where you're residing, where you're working, everything about you. You have a curfew. Like, I have a 7 o'clock curfew right now. I don't know why my PO hasn't raised it to 9 o'clock yet. But I don't care. It's not like I leave my home anyways, so It doesn't bother me one bit. But I don't have to obey curfews on the days I'm seeing my kids. I don't have to obey curfew.
Sensitive ears and...
Well, Gypsy's high-pitched, squeaky voice would bother a dog. And especially, because according to Nick's stepdad, her rocking the sheets noises gets even more high-pitched. Squeaking. So, squeaking, high-pitched squeaking you can hear through the walls. So, that's got to bug the dog's ears a lot. Especially if they're rocking the sheets as much as Gypsy's saying, nightly pretty much. Sir Morbid has sensitive ears and he's dying every time he hears Gypsy's voice. We all know Sir Morbid has sensitive ears because anytime you come on and you have any background noise behind your mic, boom, you're gone. He's like kicks you out of panel until you fix your mic's noise. Either fix your mic's noise really quickly or you're off panel. Or he'll make fun of you until you fix it. One or the other. So it's like either get laughed at, get kicked, or get it fixed quickly. Like 13th Hour is the only one who we now like Sherlock. So Sherlock's the only one that gets to make noise in the background. Other than that, no other noise permitted in the background if you're on panel. And the baby voice would bother a robot. Let's introduce her to a FNAF robot. Just kidding. So, parole conditions are generally the same across the board. When you're first on parole, you get a very strict curfew. 6 p.m., 7 p.m. I've seen 6 p.m., I've seen 7 p.m. It starts out early in the evening. You have to earn your 9 p.m. curfew. You have to earn getting to go out after dinner time. So they start you out, everybody gets started out on the same strict rules. You have a residence you live in. You get at least, depends on how trusted you are, you get me, because I'm trusted right now, my PO just needs to knock on my door once a month and make sure I'm home around curfew. He came over once at 5 o'clock the other day, and my husband's like, I thought you come over after curfew. And I'm like, Dawn, they can come over at any time. They want to surprise you and catch you doing wrong. And if they catch you doing right, well, then you earn more privileges. See, you have to earn every privilege when you're on parole. And because my probation officer wants to see me get my kids back, anything that deals with my kids, the rules get lifted. I'm allowed to be out after curfew with my kids. I'm allowed to leave my town to see my kids. I'm allowed to do anything that deals with my kids because I'm trying to earn my guardianship back with my kids. And so that's the only time I get leniency is when it comes to my kids. But other than that, I need to be home by 7 o'clock every night unless I have a damn good reason for being out after 7. I better be texting my PO fast saying it's 7 o'clock, I'm still not home. I have to text him for everything I want to do. Like, even to go to a church activity at 7 o'clock. I gotta be like, okay, I got a church activity this Thursday, 7 o'clock. Okay, can I be out till 9, 10 o'clock? Okay, well, just text me and let me know when you're there. Okay, I'll text you. And if I talk to a police officer, I have to text my PO. Unless it's a traffic incident, like I get pulled over for, like, no lights or speeding 5 miles over, I don't have to tell my PO about that per se, but like if I have any police contact, I have to tell my PO, hey, a police contacted me today. Like when the police knocked on my door to tell me that my brother passed away, I had to text my PO just to, because it wasn't a traffic incident. I had to text my PO to say, hey, a police officer spoke to me today and it had nothing to do with traffic. It's like, if you come in contact with law enforcement for any reason, you must contact your PO immediately and say, hey, I just got talked to by a police officer. Because they don't want to, because a report will be sent to them and they don't want to be surprised with anything. POs don't like to be surprised.
I just type A. I'm not so sure the neighbors are getting an earful.
Little blue pills. I'm surprised, like, Ken's got the stamina for every night with his age and he's not so skinny and young himself. And so I imagine some of the rules I have on my probation, and I'm trusted. I am trusted. The Gypsy's got to have the same probation. My PO knows I'm never going to do anything wrong. I never break the law. So I'm in a trusted position. Like, my PO doesn't have to come inspect my house anymore. He just knocks on my door. He doesn't ever walk in my house anymore. He doesn't have to because I'm trusted.
Condolences, Rose. Sorry to hear about your brother.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, he, I don't know what happened. He died of an OD, and our family is stuck wondering, did he willingly take the drug or was he forced to? We're struggling with not knowing, because he was clean for 4 years. We're struggling with not knowing anything about his death. We don't know if he willingly took it or if he was forced to, or if somebody gave it to him without him knowing. It kind of sucks. And so, yeah, like, that was when I was only on probation for like 2 weeks. It scared the crap out of me because a police officer knocked on my door and they told my husband, they said, we want Rose. And my husband's like, why do you want Rose? And, like, my husband was being all protective because it's like, why do you want Rose? What did Rose do? I know Rose didn't do anything. Rose is home with me every day. Why are you asking for my wife? What did my wife do? And I had just talked to my brother the night before. And the police officer told my husband, he says, well, she knows Tim. And I just kind of tapped on my husband's side and I said, move aside. I said, this is the dreaded knock that our family's been waiting for. We always knew this would happen one day. The dreaded knock. The notification. It sucks. He was the youngest of us 5, and he was the most troubled. He had Asperger's, but now it's just all autism. And so when people say that you cannot manipulate somebody with autism, and they think that Nick willingly did this on his own and that he didn't need to be manipulated, I call bullshit, because the first thing they told me when they told me my brother was gone, the first thing I said was, who did this? Who talked him into it? Who talked him back into the drug? Who did this? Because I know my brother didn't just wake up one day and say, I feel like going back to the drugs and ruining my life. I know he didn't. And it was like, who did this? Who talked him into it? Who did he visit when he came to Salt Lake last week? Who did he visit and who talked him into it? Who was in his truck? Who made him take it? Because I never once thought that my brother did it on his own. Somebody had to have talked him into it. Somebody had to have manipulated him. Somebody had to have. He wouldn't have just done it. Because you can be manipulated into doing bad things. Somebody did it to him.
The GoFundMe, there's one for $8,000
in Lake Charles. Let's go look at these GoFundMes. Let's see this. Raise money. Okay. Search campaign. Just type in Gypsy Rose. Let's see. I don't see anything. Oh my blood pressure pills. And so I know for a fact, I watched my brother get manipulated into taking drugs in the first place by my uncle and my mom and stuff. And I watched my brother get manipulated into a life of crime and everything, to have friends and to be cool with people. And so I know for a fact that somebody with autism can be manipulated into doing stuff. And you could take a good kid, because my brother was a good kid growing up. He was a good, sweet kid growing up. Gypsy Rose Blanchard Anderson? Is Gypsy Rose hyphenated, maybe? I need to grab some water, I got hiccups. Let's see. I don't see anything under Gypsy Rose. It depends. I mean, in the state of Utah, it cost me like $200 and 10 days to get my divorce, but it was uncontested. Like, if both people will willingly sign the papers, it's called an uncontested divorce. All you do is pay the court fee. I paid a $200 court fee for my divorce, submitted the paperwork that we both signed willingly. And boom, my divorce was done 10 days later. So every state is different. Utah is cheap and easy to get a divorce. It is. See, I can't dox anybody. I don't know how people dox each other because I can't dox anybody. I'm like, I don't know how you guys dox people. It's like I try and I fail. I mean, I don't think divorce, the only time divorce is expensive is if you, don't agree on how to divide up your assets and, you need a lawyer to divide them up. Like, that's the only time divorce is expensive is if you literally have to get a lawyer. If you don't have to get a lawyer, I think it's just court fines and sign some signatures. Me and my first husband, we had no assets. We didn't own any home. We didn't have any money in a bank account. We each had our own car. So basically it was like, you take your car, I'll take my car. You take your clothes, I'll take my clothes. We're done. We're over with. Sign the papers. Park City and Layton. What about Park City and Layton? What? I got out of Utah. That state is something else. It worked in the court system. Oh, you worked in the court system here in Park City and Layton? How corrupt do you think it is here in Utah? Because it's getting pretty corrupt here in Utah. I kind of want to get out of here too. Utah is going downhill, especially if you live anywhere near West Jordan. I don't know if Layton's corrupt yet. Or Park City. Park City's posh. Park City's the rich area. Layton is like half and half. You have your posh areas and then you have your poor area.
Drifting off of Gypsy's name.
Could be. I mean, if you put Gypsy Rose name on something, there's a chance you're gonna get money. Yeah, Utah is so damn corrupt. See, that's how I'm fighting to get my kids back right now because they're so corrupt. I mean, we've told the judge. They lied to take our kids away. And the judge is still letting court go on. It's like, wow. Since when can you tell a judge the DCFS perjured themselves to take these kids? And the judge is like, okay, no problem. We'll just take the kids away. And it's like, seriously? You're being lied to. And you're okay with it. And you're not going to give the kids back.
Oh, yeah.
West Valley's bad. West Valley, a lot of it is bad. There's like no good areas in West Valley. There's no posh areas in West Valley. West Valley's just all bad. Especially the closer you get to the mall. The closer you get to the mall, the rougher the area you get. Valley Fair Mall? Yeah.
I don't know Kingston. Is Kingston still running West Valley?
I live out here I live in Tooele right now. I've lived here for 6 years. I live out here 30 miles west of Salt Lake. So I don't know anything going on in Salt Lake. I don't know anything going on in Tooele either, but I haven't started paying attention to political things till this last year.
Stuff down there.
And even Governor Herbert 9 years ago changed the law for us Utahns so that DCFS couldn't take our children. And our children are still being taken, and that law is still being broken, and Utah doesn't care. Because the judge is best friends with the lawyers, and so when the judge is best friends with the lawyers, there's nothing you can do because it's all corrupt.
All the stuff down there,
Yeah. West Valley is West Valley, Magna, all that on the west side of Salt Lake is pretty rough area. Pretty rough. A lot of gangs. I mean, there's good people, but there's a lot of bad people mixed in there too. There's gangs, there's fighting going on, and the west side of Salt Lake, some people won't step on the west side because it's the northwest side and a little bit of the southwest side. But when you get down to West Jordan and stuff, you get back into the posh areas again, where everybody has a $500,000 home, and they go jogging through the streets every day, and everybody's wearing their jogging clothes. And yeah, me and my husband talked about, like, we got to get our kids back, and then we got to get the hell out of Utah. Because our state is, we're supposed to become the first smart state. We're going downhill, like, oh my gosh, we're going downhill. I don't want to become a smart state. I don't want to live in a smart state. I want to get the hell out of here. It's funny because people think that Utah is nothing but a religious state, and that it's, I mean, our crime here, yes, is nothing compared to crime outside of Utah. Like Utah and Idaho, we are in bubbles. Our crime, it's just petty and small compared to crime in other states and criminals in other states. Our criminals aren't as bad as criminals in other states. So we do have crime here, but the crime and the criminals, they're kittens compared to the real crime out there. But people make fun of us because they think we're nothing but just a religious state, bunch of snobby religious people running around. Well, we're that too. But we're also the most corrupt state, which is funny because we're supposed to be the most religious state, but we are the most corrupt state. And then people laugh because the Mormon capital is here in Utah. And so, how can Utah be corrupt if you're the Mormon capital? Well, that's the sad part. Because all these corrupt politicians and all these corrupt DAs and stuff, they are Mormon. And so, how can you have a corrupt criminal justice system when your lawyers and your prosecutors and everything are Mormon? You would think that it'd be a more fair criminal proceedings when everybody in that courtroom is supposed to have morals and ethics. But it turns out that Mormons can be some of the meanest people in the criminal justice system. And they don't care about what's right or wrong or fair. They just want to prosecute somebody. Yeah. And so, being the Mormon capital of the world, it doesn't keep us from corruption. It doesn't. Because me and my husband, we've looked up our prosecutor and everything. And we're going, how can the prosecutor prosecute this case and be Mormon? Because when you're Mormon, you're supposed to not only live your life righteously, but you're supposed to be righteous in all places, in all things, and in all places. And that includes the workplace. You're supposed to be righteous even if you're at work. If your work asks you to do something that is against your religion, you're not supposed to do it.
And the first question they ask is what state
you belong to.
People who aren't like Rose is staying in all of government.
It's crazy how we can have such a high population of Mormon people, and yet we think that's one of the reasons why our prosecutor went a tiny bit easy on us, because we got a deal of a lifetime. We did. We got a deal of a lifetime. Because we looked at our prosecutor and we said, shouldn't he just drop this case if we show him that they lied? It's like, shouldn't he just drop the case? Well, no, he can't drop the case because his boss won't let him. But he did give us the deal of a lifetime. He gave us a deal that our lawyers told us not to pass up, that you never see a deal like we got, and just take the deal, go on probation, shut up, pass your probation, and move on with your life. And so that's what we did. We took the deal. Instead of going to jury trial, we took the deal. We wanted a dismissal anyways. This is just another way to go about getting our dismissal. We just have to go on probation for a year. And then we get our dismissal. Instead of going to court for a year, we go on probation for a year and we get our dismissal. But yeah, we were sitting there looking at everybody on the court docket going, well, how can these guys prosecute you and lie if they're Mormon? I even tested one of the DCFS officers with a question the other day to see if she was Mormon. And I think she passed. I turned to my husband and I said, after she left, and I said, I think she's Mormon. I said, I asked her a question that only a Mormon would know how to answer. Well, I said something, and she responded with only what a Mormon would know how to answer. And so it's like, how can they sit there and lie and do all this horrible stuff to us, sit there and go to church every Sunday and sit in a meeting with their bishop and tell their bishop that they feel worthy to go to the temple if they're doing wrong in their job? It's like, I know you don't get paid that well, so why don't you just go get another job that you don't have to lie? Or just don't lie in your job. Refuse to lie. Can your boss, we're in a right to work state, so technically your boss can fire you for any reason. So if you do something like, if you don't lie and they want you to lie, they can fire you and you can't sue them, because unless it falls under discrimination here in Utah, you can't sue an employer for firing you because we're a right to work state. You have to find a discrimination reason.
I didn't last because I'm not Mormon. Got the job based on ability. Got ran out because...
Well, yeah, like I said, you would think you are safe around a bunch of Mormons because I hold Mormons to high standards. I don't know if that's good or bad of me, but I do. When I see another Mormon, I hold them to a high standard because of their religious rules. I hold them to a very high standard. And when they turn out to be like any other judgmental jerk out there, you're working with just another judgmental jerk that will gossip behind your back just like any other person out there. They're not any better than any other person out there. They'll spread the gossip. They're the ones on top of the gossip, even though it's against their religion.
Excuses, nobody or very few ever get unemployment. Dude, love that show called
Big Love. I mean, no, just because you're in a religious... Idaho's worse than Utah. You think Utah's bad, don't go north to Idaho. They get more judgmental up there in Idaho. If you want better Mormons, go south to Arizona. Because Arizona is also highly Mormonized population, but they're not as mean down there in Arizona. It's Utah and Idaho. Utah and Idaho think they're just and they no, they're not. They're just judgmental jerks that will not only spread the gossip about you, they'll create the gossip about you. I think it was on HBO. Yeah, Big Love. My brother used to watch that. He was like, that was his guilty pleasure. Big Love. But the thing is the polygamy is FLDS, not LDS. It's FLDS. But I mean, they stem off of the Mormon Church. They stem off of the LDS Church, but they're not part of the LDS Church because the LDS Church does not do polygamy.
I had a stroke in October, so I'm limited at what I do. That's why I can't.
Oh, that's fine. But you're doing just a great job.
The voice to text doesn't understand me.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm sorry you had that stroke. I'm reading you just fine, though. I wouldn't have never known. You're doing great.
I got people coming Tuesday, see if I qualify for a...
hopefully you do. I'll be crossing my fingers for you. Hopefully you do, because, that pisses you off, people like Gypsy who get stuff handed to them, qualify for 5 wheelchairs, and they didn't even need it. And then here you are, a regular person, struggling to get a wheelchair, jumping through every hoop to get a wheelchair.
I mean, that we have to go through to get a wheelchair in the...
It's like... And that's why, and Gypsy doesn't understand why the fraud was so bad and everything that they were doing, because it's not just good enough for you to... What'd she do? She probably only gave Make-A-Wish Foundation like $5. Called it a donation. She's like, I donated to Make-A-Wish Foundation because we took money from them, from a sick kid. It's like, you don't understand how bad. You can pay that money back, but the sick kid you took it from at that time will never get it. Will never. They may have missed getting a wish and passed away without getting a wish because you took their wish.
Oh, there's polygamy that's down there.
So the polygamy in Utah is in southern Utah?
I worked with a couple of women who were a second wife, 2 high-ups in the LDS Church.
Really? No. Because we don't have multiple wives in the LDS Church. There's not. They might have been talking, but
that were second wife too.
Because no. If they're high ups, they definitely don't have second wives. And if they were found out to have second wives, they would have to ditch the second wife or be excommunicated.
She was abusing the system.
Yeah, and there's no way to perfectly pay back that system. Because how many kids miss their wish because Gypsy got a VIP to Disney?
In Iraq, and he even get an electric wheelchair because his upper body.
What? Yeah, but sometimes in a wheelchair, your arms can get tired. Well, that sucks. And Gypsy she had a couple of electrical ones. Like, she doesn't understand that how bad she upset people when they found out that it was all fraud. Because there are so many people out there that could have used all those wheelchairs she had. She had 5 wheelchairs, and so many people could have used them. If she had just gotten up and said, Mom, I'm not participating in his lies, called your dad and walked out that house, so many people could have got their wishes. So many people could have got help. So many people could have got wheelchairs and other things that you got, that you took. Because even though 10 years later, you try. I mean, I do want to see her pay back some of those charities. I do. But it still doesn't make up for the kid that's wish got skipped, for the kid that didn't get a wheelchair, for the kid that got a regular wheelchair instead of an electrical one, all because Gypsy came up on the priority list higher. Yeah, I hope they get their wheelchair, because it's stupid. See, there's so many. The world right now is focusing on all the wrong problems. Like, we're focusing on all the wrong problems right now. We're focusing on too much of people's feelings getting hurt, so we're making new laws so people's feelings don't get hurt. When there's people out there that aren't getting disability, that one of the reasons they took our children is because my kids are autistic, and it would take me 10 years to get Social Security disability on my kids. 10 years. I would be on a 10-year waiting list. Unless my kids went into the foster system, then they only have to wait 1 year. 1 year or less. Only a few months waiting list. Because our priorities are upside down. Fancy's worried that Gypsy's not going to be too scared to take her kid to a doctor, and her kid's going to suffer because she's going to refuse to take the kid to the doctor so that she's not branded with Munchausen. And so the kid's not going to get the proper medical care it needs, especially if it has the microdeletion. Like, we need to change laws for disabled people in this country. I shouldn't have to wait 10 years to get Social Security disability on my kids, and it'd be better for them to go in foster care, because in foster care, they would get Social Security right away. And you shouldn't have to sit here and jump through a million hoops for a wheelchair. People should be funding these systems so that you don't have to make people suffer when they need something, or take kids out of a home so that they can receive something that they wouldn't receive if they stayed with their biological parents. Like, our whole country is just, it's so backwards. Like, things are so backwards. We're not focusing on all the right things in all the right areas that we need to be. When Gypsy was always smiling and laughing and feeling too good, that should have told the doctors that she wasn't a sick girl. I mean, it's always the liars that get stuff. That's where everybody's priority is. Like, I mean, look at the Corey Mitchell case. DCFS didn't want to confront her husband and take his visitations away, so they ignored the Corey Mitchell case. And he ended up gone. But to somebody who's not so confident and is a little bit troubled, they'll take their kids away because they won't fight back. But anybody who looks like they might fight, I got several stories. Oh man, when I do the Corey Mitchell case, you guys, I got several stories to tell you guys that'll blow your mind that come just from here in Utah about cases the DCFS screwed up on so bad. Because DCFS is doing no good out there. They need to be shut down. I don't know how she got $3 million by the time she got out of prison either. I don't get it either. I don't know where she got that at. All I know is that was Ken's motivation. That was Ken's motivation. He said, oh my gosh, Gypsy's worth $3 million. He's like, okay, bye, fiance. He had a fiance. He ditched that fiance of 4 years. He was with that girl for 4 years, guys. 4 years. And he ditched her for Gypsy. 4-year relationship. He ditched for Gypsy and that $3 million. I bet right now he's regretting it. He's probably not seen a dime of that $3 million. He probably didn't know that Christy was holding it in a trust fund. And Gypsy can't even touch it. And, so he can't get at that money. And now he ditched his fiance and he's having to put up with Gypsy because he knocked her up. He is right in this brings out the big media companies to start calling Gypsy out. There's been people that have been trying to call out Gypsy for years, and there's all of us streamers out there that we're trying to call out Gypsy, and it's not working. And hopefully, yeah, Fancy's Live with Tasha worked. Because, boy, did Fancy deserve that. She did. She deserved to finally go on that live on a huge platform and have millions of people finally hear her out. I mean, I wonder if Gypsy really is pregnant or not, because either she's pregnant or she's trapping Ken for a short time until he figures out she's not pregnant. Will Ken stay if she miscarries? Or is he going to say, you know what? Turns out I can't get a hold of that money. Turns out, Gypsy, thank you. You gave me a platform of my own. I'm going back to Texas.
Rod fund their lifestyle because you don't make a ton as a... No, you don't make a ton as a shrimper.
There's a bunch of other... Isn't there a bunch of other shrimpers, too, to compete with? So you don't make a lot of money as a shrimper because there's a lot of them out there. It's not like they're rare. But that's why Christy and Rod are sucking up to Gypsy right now. Everybody's sucking up to Gypsy right now. Because it's bringing them in income they never would have had. Like I said, Christy finally came into the picture and started caring about Gypsy when Mommy Dead and Dearest happened. Christy was behind the scenes, not caring, letting Rod go visit Gypsy and whatnot, until Mommy Dead and Dearest, and the money started rolling in for interviews. And then Christy lied to Fancy about making money on interviews. Turns out they were making money on interviews. Yeah, January 22nd is the due date, which means May 1st was the conception, not May 4th. Gypsy, you're off by 3 days. Well, I bet they're pushing for a season. Well, they sold the season 3 to somebody else. They're not giving up on it. They're not. They're not going to let season 3 go to waste. They sold it to somebody else. I don't know who. I don't know if it's all the way filmed, partially filmed, not filmed at all. But I do know the rights to season 3 have been sold. I mean, all she does in pictures is keep showing off her fat. I haven't seen an actual viable baby bump yet. It's all weight. She even showed it. I was trying to find it again because in this live right here, she shows off her baby bump. But once again, it's just her fat. There is no bump. Your belly generally isn't perfectly round. You have some kind of bump where the top of the uterus is. You have some kind of bump. Like I even showed you, even in my skinny pictures of me at 25 weeks along, I still have a bump. My belly isn't perfectly rounded off. There is a bump where the top of the uterus is. Especially when I lay down. When I lay down on my back, you can really see the bump of the uterus. I mean, it is a food baby. Because she shows her belly in here for just a split second. See, where'd that glass of orange juice go to? I thought she was craving orange juice like no other. I thought she wanted several glasses of orange juice a day. Why is she holding water? She had to gulp orange juice at the beginning. She's not even drinking the water. She's like, I'm supposed to... Oh, there's back to the orange juice. She's got to wash down the orange juice or something with water. That doesn't look like you're craving orange juice when you got to wash it down with water. She's like, put a glass of water next to the orange juice so I can drink a little bit of water after every drink of orange juice. I mean, it's hard enough to see a teenager get pregnant when there's women out there that can't get pregnant and they're sweet women and they deserve to have children and they don't get children. And Gypsy is just like one of those teenagers that got pregnant. You're not happy for her. You know the child's life is doomed because the mother is a teenager, because Gypsy is a teenager by mentally a teenager. It doesn't matter what her physical age is. She's still stuck back there in the 90s as a teenager. And it's watching Gypsy be pregnant is like watching a teen that went and got pregnant with their boyfriend. Only this teen is thoroughly thrilled to be pregnant. She could give birth to a psychopath. A sociopath can certainly give birth to a psychopath. Watch, in 20 years, Gypsy's baby grows up to be one of the most prolific new serial killers out there. Same thing happened to me, Budishia, because I was in labor with my first son, and I was standing there holding the wall going, and the doctor's like, what are you doing? You're not even pregnant. Because I was standing in the maternity ward. Same thing happened to me. Standing in the maternity ward, and they're like, you're not even pregnant. Get out of here. It's like, yes, I am. Deliver it. I'm like, I'm in pain. Well, yeah, she'll blame the internet. She'll need another mental health break. She'll disappear for another mental health break. Yeah. I mean, because Gypsy was made. She is a sociopath. I bet you she could have been a very good, normal person. And see, that's why she's so jealous of Mia. Because Mia is a normal person. Had Gypsy been raised by the right parents, and she sees that, because you just have to look at Mia to know that she is a sociopath. She is raised, and she even says it. My mom taught me how to do this. I used to have a conscience. My mom taught me how to not have one. I mean, I hit my pregnancy from my mom till I was like 35 weeks along. She found out when I was 35 weeks along. Well, I mean before that, but I still kept lying to her that I was pregnant. But I didn't have such a perfect baby bump. Plus, I didn't have morning sickness. So my mom was like, well, I wouldn't known if my 17-year-old daughter was having morning sickness. My daughter kind of looked like a basketball. I also gained like 50 pounds or so with my daughter. She was the one I gained the most weight with. My first two children, I gained the perfect 33 pounds they need you to get during pregnancy. I gained 33 pounds and not a pound more. Not an ounce more than the bare minimum. But with my daughter, my body went all out and gained like almost 60 pounds. Oh gosh, I can't get rid of these hiccups. That's funny that he hates strawberries. It's like, that's the thing I craved. It's like, that's what I craved with you. Why don't you love it? gosh, I can't get rid of these hiccups. I'm dying over here. Oh, gosh. Darn it. I hate the hiccups so bad. Ah, gosh darn it. I thought I got rid of them. That's okay. You don't have, not parenting is not for everybody. I tell people, like my son, he finally has a girlfriend. I never thought he was going to have a girlfriend or anything, and I told him, it's not a big deal, I mean, everybody chooses what they want in life. Children aren't for everybody. You don't have to have, there's plenty of people out there having children. If there's people that don't want to have children, that's fine. Be an auntie. Being an auntie is fun. Most people just want to be an aunt or an uncle, and that's good enough. You're like, somebody spiked my beer. All right, who put the GRB in it? Wait. Is that Gypsy's initials? Is that the same as the drug? Did I say that right? GHB. Okay, never mind. GHB. I was like, wait. Gypsy's initials don't match the date rape drug, does it? Date rape drug? Close. GHB, GRB, close enough. Yeah. No, if you realize parenthood's not for you, please do something about it. Like, there's plenty of birth control out there. There's plenty of things you can do. It depends on the doctor, you can convince them, I don't want to have kids, just take it out. You're like, no, seriously, I don't want to be a parent. Take it out. Because, yeah, not everybody in this world has to. And that's the hard part that's going on right now, is people just don't understand just having respect. If somebody doesn't want to have children, then you just respect that. You don't try and talk them into it. You don't change their mind. You don't do anything about it. But now people are creating this new class of people that are married that don't have children, and they're posting on TikTok all the wonderful things you can do if you don't have children. Because not enough people, there are people out there that think that everybody should procreate. And so it's creating the opposite people out there that are out there making videos going, well, if you don't have children, this is all the things you get to do with your money and your time and blah, blah, blah. Yep. If you accidentally have a child and you didn't want one, my mom didn't want any children. She had 5. It wasn't pleasant being her child. I will tell you that. My mom wanted to be an airline stewardess, and she wanted to travel the world, and she didn't want to have kids, and then she met my dad and was being stupid and had one kid, and then she wanted a daughter, so she had another kid, and that turned out to be a boy, so she had to have another daughter, and then she got me, and she wanted me to have a sister, so she had another daughter, and then number 5 was a surprise, and my mom didn't want any children. She ended up with 5 children, and she still should have never had children, because she told us all the time how she didn't want to have children anyways in the first place. She loves being a grandma, but she hates being a mom. My mom's one of those people that She doesn't like being a mom. She hates being a mom, but she loves being a grandma. A grandma is her favorite thing, but not being a mom. She hates being a mom. And she's not a very good mom either, because she doesn't, or at least to me, she doesn't back up her daughter very well. I wish I could trust my mom. I wish my mom would support me. She was supporting me. Now she's not. She flipped on me. She flip-flopped on me. She didn't have to. She doesn't realize she didn't have to flip-flop on me. But she did. And now I don't even know if I can trust my own mom. And I don't know why she wants to be a mom to her grandkids, because she likes being a grandma better. And she can go back to being a grandma. She can. Well, don't worry. I'm going to make her go back to being a grandma. So, I always wanted to be a mom. Like, growing up, babies is all I thought about. I always babysat everybody's kids. I just wish I would have lived a little bit before I became a mom. That's all I wish. I don't regret becoming a mom. I just wish I would have lived a little bit. Maybe gone to college in some dorm rooms or something. Saved some money, gone to college. I just wish I would have done, like, a little bit of living before I became a parent. I wish I hadn't became a mom at 17. I wish I would have done some living. It's almost 6 o'clock, and so it's almost our dinner time. Is there any other things you want to talk about before we wrap it up?
Yeah, I wish I didn't need a wheelchair. It's really
shitty subject. Let us know if there's anything we can do for you to help you out. Like, I don't know if there's anything anybody can do, like... It's hard because I'm the opposite of Gypsy. I don't like going on the internet and begging people for money or help, you know, for what I need. Even though it's like, even though you know you need something really bad, you need a wheelchair really bad, it's like you feel odd going on to something like GoFundMe or something and asking for money for what you need help with. Permanent vertigo? Oh. Yeah, so you're constantly dizzy. Oh, yay. That's gotta suck. Does it make you nauseous too? That's gotta suck. So you kind of gotta be in a wheelchair so you don't trip and fall and hurt yourself. Like, I wish I knew resources and could help people with resources, like, in their states and stuff. Because I tried to build a community where we are a support and help to each other. It's what my Discord's for. It's a place to go and state your problems and get people from all around the world to give you their thoughts on your problem and give you advice and help. And we're not counselors, so it's not perfect advice, but I mean, we're not counselors, but it's just people giving their life experiences to help you out and be like, hey, we're here to help with your problems. And people can try and see if they can help you with their problems if they know anything or know anyone or know something. Or just it is comfort. That's what I built my Discord around. Is we have like venting and confessions sections where you can talk about your problem and get advice. Well, just ask Gypsy, how do I grift and get a wheelchair? No, I'm just kidding. Be like, Gypsy, Teach us how to get a wheelchair. How did you get your 5 you had? Your 5. Because we only need 1. We only need 1 over here. How'd you get your 5? What did you do? See, Gypsy could not help with grifting, but Gypsy does know how to go to charities, how to talk to them, whatnot. Like, she could be an advocate and help so many people in the right way. Not teach them how to grift charities, but, you know, I mean, she knows how to, she knows how to use your resources in your cities. I wish she would just advocate instead of just show off her stupid life.
Insurance, yeah. Insurances would pay 70%, but I hear, wheelchairs are really expensive.
My ex-husband has a non-electrical one, but I think he had Medicaid, so his was free. So I don't think he had to even pay for it because he had Medicaid.
Organizations turn sour. We need smaller local groups that stay true to.
Well, yeah, that's the problem. Like, people say don't give to Black Lives Matter. They're a big organization that are in it for the money. They don't actually spend the money where they tell you they're going to spend it. And so you can't safely give to just any organization out there like Black Lives Matter because your money's just going to get wasted and spent on a vacation home for the CEO's wife or something. And so, don't give your money to big charities. But yeah, we need little stuff. Well, if you're a kid, it's easier. When you're an adult, it's harder to get people to help you. When you're a kid, hospitals and stuff will look up local charities and stuff.
Attention for that one.
See, I don't get why why does she care about having 10 million people watching her? Because what is she going to do for those 10 million people? What is she going to do for them? What is she going to help them with? What is she there for? She's not there to care about their problems. She's not there to relate to them about their problems. She's there to grift off them. She only turns on her TikTok to laugh and play with Ken in front of people and let people reel in the money. Just reel in the money. She's not in it. She doesn't turn that on to say, hey guys, how you doing? Or here, I have a lesson for you. Or here's something I learned that I think everybody else should learn. Like last night I did something about gossip. I hope I reached a few people about teaching them about what gossip really is. Not only is it hurtful and mean, but it's stealing from people. Their name, their reputation, everything they've built. Because people believe, look how many people believe the Steve Wood rumors. I can't counteract it. I'm just one small streamer. I can't get people to stop believing in those Steve Wood rumors. Ken can't get people to stop believing in them. I'm trying to counteract those Steve Wood rumors. I mean, like I said, just because I don't like what Gypsy and Ken are doing doesn't mean I don't have respect for another human being and gossip tearing down their reputation. And plus, I have friends in the LGBTQ. I have people in my Rosebud community that are gay and stuff, and they find teasing Ken about being gay disgusting. And so I'm also standing up for my community when I don't participate in these rumors and I try and squash these rumors. I'm standing up for my community that is getting dogged all over. Because this is their lifestyle. And their lifestyle is being made a joke because of Ken.
It's not funny to be gay. It's not funny. It's not something to laugh at somebody. It's not something to make fun of somebody for. And so, yeah, I told the person in my community, I said, don't worry. I said, I'm not participating in these rumors. I'm trying to squash these rumors. And I'm telling everybody who spreads them that it's disgusting. And I'm not going to put up with it. Rubkin and Ryan's, yeah. Well, just like she's like, when she was with Ryan, she's like, you know who's going to hate this post? My ex. My ex, he's going to hate it. He's going to hate it. All she does is think about her exes. And every post that she does, what is it going to do to her ex? And she hopes it upsets them. Well, that's what I'm worried about is if this pregnancy is not real, she's really stretching this miscarriage stage. Because right now she's going to end up having to fake going into the hospital for a DNC. Because she's past the stage where miscarriage is a natural thing. I mean, you can still miscarry a baby up to 20 weeks or up to birth. Like, until that baby's born, it's not for sure. Like, you're not guaranteed a baby until it's born alive and breathing and healthy. Here's friends and roommates at the chick attempted to offer numerous. Okay, I watched that. Okay, what? Basic. Okay. I watched this thing on Netflix yesterday. If you guys are into true crime, about my roommates tried to kill me. Is it Salt Lake City story? You said SLC story? 25-year friends and roommates, and the chick attempted to offer numerous times. I do have Netflix right now. I can go watch that tonight. Let's see. Huh. Because I have Netflix right now. I should take advantage of it. I'll have to go watch it tonight when I go to bed. I have to go watch it. Or after dinner. I'm going for dinner soon. Me and my husband gotta go. We like to make dinner at 6 o'clock every night. Except for Thursday. The kids are... I won't stream on Thursday because the kids will be here. Well, I will stream. Probably on like... Kick or Discord or something. Because I'm not going to stream on Twitch. Because my family knows how to watch Twitch. And so... I'm going to stream on something else. If I do stream. Something more incognito. Probably Discord. My Discord community wants me to do Discord because at least I can tell who's in on Discord when my kids are here. I can see the names that come in and are watching my stream, so I know exactly who's watching my children. There's no question. Like, you're sitting there going, well, 10 people are watching me. I know 4 of you. Who's the other 6? You know? Well, Discord is, everybody has their own Discord, but I'll be streaming on my Discord because we do like to play some games. My daughter will probably, well, I shouldn't say their name. I'm trying not to say their names online. My daughter will probably want to play like Roblox or something, or Human Fall Flat or something. She loves Human Fall Flat and Roblox and stuff, and we're going to go to a trampoline park in the morning after they get here. And then we're going to come home and have lunch. And then we're going to decide if we're going to watch a movie and have ice cream, or what are we going to do? Or are we going to go stream? Or are we going to do what? Just admit this demon is pregnant. It probably is pregnant. I'm just keeping a little bit of skepticism. She probably is pregnant. It's horrible because she went to the gynecologist and she made sure it happened. It's like, I know she's pregnant because she went to the gynecologist and she made sure she got the pills, and she lied about taking those pills. She lied. She took those pills and she made sure that that's why when Mia invited her to the jazz festival, that's why Gypsy turned around and invited Ken to the jazz festival, because Gypsy was already planning that week to get pregnant with Ken. She took the pills. She knew her cycle. She needed to get pregnant with Ken. So that's why she backstabbed Mia and invited Ken to the festival. Because I bet you if she wasn't trying to get pregnant, she would have just gone to the festival. I mean, what happened? Because, like, if she's married to Ryan, she would have gone to the festival without Ryan.
Chatting with you all. Thank you very much. Rose.
Okay, no, we'll catch up later. No problem. Thank you for being in here, Christine. I appreciate it. But, I know she went to that gynecologist. I know she got the pills, or whatever she needed to get pregnant. I know. She totally. That's why she was like, Dad, don't out me. She's like, oh my God, Dad, don't out me. Because Rod outed her. Rod gave Ken the warning. Rod knows his daughter. Lifetime probably even drove her to the gynecologist. I bet you Lifetime got her a driver because they wanted her to get pregnant. I bet you Lifetime drove her to the gynecologist while she was with Ryan. And they probably, so she didn't have to get an Uber, and then Ryan would ask, well, where'd you go in the Uber today? I bet you Lifetime, behind Ryan's back, got her a car, got her an Uber, and took her to that gynecologist. Because remember, Lifetime wasn't filming every day. They weren't filming every day.
Oh, interest in her lies on episode 3?
Just watch episode 7 and 8. That's where the train crash happens, and that's where the train wreck happens, and everything goes down. The first few episodes are kind of boring. It's her on all of her interviews we already seen her go on. It's just a rehash of all the interviews we've already seen her go on. There's nothing new. With a little bit of innuendo with Ryan here in between, that's all. And then basically, she breaks Ryan's heart in episode 7 and gets with Ken in 8. And that's what you need to watch. 7 and 8. That's good. But I bet you, because Lifetime wanted her to get pregnant, my bet, they drove her, they helped her, and then she decided, well, if I have Ryan's baby, then I'm stuck with Ryan forever. And I bet you that's why she acted the way she acted in episode 7. Ended up leaving Ryan and going with Ken because she's like, I can't have a baby with Ryan. I will be trapped to him forever. So she went to Ken, and yeah, the first I believe that the first few days they were together, I believe they didn't do anything together. I believe it was a friend thing. I believe that Gypsy had to sweet talk him into sleeping with her after the festival. She probably got him high, and that's why he slept with her after the festival. He probably got drunk and high. She probably made sure that he got really drunk and really high. And,
happy about a baby, then loves it. Weeks of empathy, milking the way out of Prince Charming, then begin a new journey.
I don't like that she keeps doing these eras and journeys, and she's seeing life in these little eras and these little journeys. And so this is her baby, this is her pregnancy journey. Then she's going to have a baby journey. And then maybe another divorce journey. Or another, she's probably going to want that white wedding. She'll probably divorce Ken after she gets that white wedding. She probably wants her white wedding first. She probably wants everybody to gush over her. And she probably wants to get that white wedding. So unless Ken ditches her, wises up and ditches her, she's gonna get that white wedding out of him. Because she's backwards. She wants the baby, and then she wants the white wedding, and then I don't know what she wants after that, because that's all I know about Gypsy. Is she wants the white wedding and she wants the baby. But she wants the baby more than she wants the white wedding. So even if Ken ditches her, she just doesn't want to be alone, so she is going to try and find another man. She probably has one on the back burner right now that she's writing. She said she had 250 guys sweet talking her. I bet you she's got 10 of those on the back burner. Meet. Oh, Chewy, you're Brian. That's right. Yeah, Chewy is from my Rosebud community. Bread and Chewy, I usually game on Twitch with them. We play Minecraft and, we tried Stardew Valley, but we didn't get very far in Stardew Valley. And, Fortnite and other stuff. But yeah, I got a dinner break it. Oh, it's time to go to dinner, and I bet you Morbid's gonna be on soon anyways, too. It's like, he usually comes on around 6 o'clock my time. Everybody's gonna want to jump over there, too. Be like, he's definitely, oh, yep, he's scheduled for, oh, wait, episode 8, Mia versus Christy Blanchard. Is he live right now? Oh, he's already live, huh? Oh, I didn't know he's already live.
I don't think he'd go there either. Like he wouldn't loves her that much.
Yeah. See, sometimes goes live earlier than I expect. Sometimes later, sometimes earlier.
You mean the Ivory wedding? Yeah.
I don't think she really cares about a wedding. I mean, she never really... She cares about guys and getting the D. And she cares about a baby. But I don't know if she ever really cared about a wedding. I mean, she cared so little about a wedding, she's like, Ryan, just marry me in prison in my prison garb. And then when he took her to look at the white wedding and to actually look at a venue and plan their little wedding, I mean, they were still in their honeymoon phase. They just got back from New York. They were in their honeymoon phase, and that killed the honeymoon phase when Ryan started talking about a wedding. And then, Ryan talks about a wedding and yeah. Ken talks about a wedding though, and she's like, is he gonna propose? I think she just wants the ring, but I don't know if she cares about the wedding. I don't even know if she really does care about a wedding. didn't you white is for yeah. White means virginity, purity, yeah. It if you are not a virgin bride, you're not supposed to wear white. You can wear any other color, ivory, yeah, anything else. But people still do. Well, white weddings came about because couple hundred years ago, or a couple hundred? Back in the 18th century? 19th century? 1800s? White has always been a hard material to come by. People who wear white, you know, can you afford it and stuff like that. And so there was this queen of England who wanted a wedding dress made out of white fabric. So that, because white is a very expensive fabric that nobody wears because it gets dirty very easy. And then after she wore a white wedding dress, that's when white wedding dresses came into popularity. Was because everybody wanted to be just like the queen. I think I smelled dinner. I think my husband's starting to cook without me. Alright, you guys, I'm gonna go because my husband's starting to cook dinner, but I'll have to see you guys later. Like I said, I am gonna still cover Gypsy Rose and she makes lives and does stupid crap. But I am gonna move on to other more important cases like Corey Michelow. Because, man, if I got a million stories for you about how horrible DCFS is and how they aren't doing their job at all. And so, therefore, we don't need that organization because they're not doing their job. They're ruining families left and right. And then I do want to talk to you guys about Micah Miller, too. That is an odd case. It smells like lasagna, but I don't know if we have a lasagna. It smells like lasagna. That's what I smell. I'm like, it smells like lasagna. Yeah, Queen Victoria. She wore the white dress, and that's when they became popular. For poor people, it was the nicest dress you can put on. And for other people, yeah, it was dark colors, that browns and stuff that didn't get dirty. Wow. Well, I just hit my 21 wedding anniversary. I've been with my husband 22 years, married 21 of it. But no, you don't have to literally be married to make a relationship work. You don't have to. Marriage, I think, is definitely more of a religious aspect kind of thing. He could be making spaghetti. It smells like Italian food. It's not tacos. It's not quesadillas. I can smell sauce and, yeah, something like sauce and smells like, I'm like, all that smell is flowing upstairs and it smells like lasagna. I thought he cooked the last lasagna the other day on Sunday. I didn't know we had another lasagna. Yeah, but I do want to do all the other cases like Micah Miller. Let's have a talk about that case, definitely. That is odd. And like I said, I want to cover Corey Michelow before August, the sentencing before his father gets sentenced. So, in the next couple of days, I do want to do the Corey Mitchell case by this weekend. But I will still cover Gypsy here and there as she does stupid stuff. And as we find out if this baby's real or not. Yes, I know the demon child will be... But we got to take a vote. Will the demon child be born in November, December, January, or February? There's 4 different months this demon child can be born. If it's Ken's in late February, if it's Ken's in early January, if it's Ken's in on time, January. If it's Ryan's in early November, if it's Ryan's in late December. If it's Ryan's in on time, somewhere between November and December. So, let's see what she says when that demon child is born in November or December. But thank you guys for sitting here and chilling and chatting with me and stuff. And, maybe me and my kids will do just a fun short video for you guys on Thursday so you guys can meet my little ones and just say hi to them, and we'll do a short, fun little just hi video for you guys on YouTube. Maybe I'll think of a fun short little video we can do for you guys. Because I got the 3 best little guys in the world, and I can't wait till they're here on Thursday, and maybe put up some TikToks of us at the trampoline park too. We're going to the trampoline park first. After they get here, we're going to take off for the trampoline park, I think. I got to look for what time the trampoline park opens, actually. An 8-pound preemie. Yeah. Don't you just love it when they have those 8-pound preemies? It's like, my husband was supposedly a 6.5 pound preemie. It's like, 6.5 pounds not preemie either. Because my first child was 6 pounds, 14 ounces, and he was 2 weeks late. I just keep hanging a little bit of skepticism in case this little liar and trickster is just trying to... Because remember, right after she left Ryan, she was sending him pregnancy tests that were positive, saying, I want you back. So she was already lying to him about pregnancy. So, she is a little liar. Alright, you guys. Love you guys. We'll see you later. You guys have a good rest of your day and evening. I gotta get rid of these hiccups for like the 5th time. Gosh darn it. You guys, oh yeah. Stay safe. Stay loved. Stay warm. Stay happy. You guys. And let us know if we can do anything for you. I wish I knew how to help with, like, wheelchairs and stuff. If I had a bigger community, I would be like, let's pool some money together, guys. But I don't have as big of a community as... This is why Gypsy doesn't understand what she can do for people in this community. If she makes $1,000 in 1 hour on TikTok... You know how that can help somebody get a wheelchair? That could help somebody. $1,000, if you took that $1,000 from that TikTok and gave it to somebody for a wheelchair. I wish I had a bigger community so that I could just do that to people and just be like, here, let me do a 1 hour TikTok for you, and the money I earn goes to your wheelchair, and we'll do a wheelchair fun TikTok. I wish I could. I wish I had more power, you guys. I really do. I wish I had so much more power. I'm weak. I have no power. All right, we'll see you in a minute, Brian. We'll talk to you after dinner.